adventure tune? Everybody boot up the door locks.
Hey, Poggers, can I get a Twitch Prime?
Good.
Slam it.
There we
Smash it.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
Mobile PC, I know. I mean, this part is good, but I want to delete this part. Move to your left.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
I was laying in my bed last night thinking about that, bro. Like, if I just, like, took a shovel and I just started to dig into my grass, I wonder when I'd hit the ocean, bro.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
How am I supposed to compete for content when he has a kid? All right, I put my cat on stream sometimes for content, and it gets me like a 2 minutes of Why People Happy before chat gets bored. If I had a kid,
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
Thank you.
This isn't the right file. You got it! Yes!
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards.
Yes!
No.
This is it!
Some ate plants, some ate meat, some ate fish, and some ate beets. Well, hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. I'm so glad you could make it. Today is Wednesday, August 27th, 2025. And we've got not a brand new dinosaur to discuss today, but a weird dinosaur that's remained mysterious since it was published back in 2021. We've got a brand new paper just published on this critter with additional material. This animal gets even weirder, so we'll be discussing that today, along with whatever you happen to be curious about. If it's your very first time here, thank you, Just Freya, for the raid. Sorry I couldn't be there to welcome you in 4 minutes ago, but I really appreciate you raiding in. Welcome. If you and any other folks who might be new are kind of wondering what this whole channel is about, let me introduce myself real quick, first of all. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I specialize in dinosaur fossils. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, the whole history of life on Earth, going back 3+ billion years. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg there. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. But I do. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, and we'll be talking about dinosaurs today, and whatever else you might happen to be curious about when it comes to the history of life on Earth. So don't hesitate if you've got any questions. That's what these streams are all about, you know? Anyway, Just Freya, I hope you had an excellent stream. It is wonderful to have you. Yeah. And thank you, Alexander. The Archelon skull looking sweet on the wall. Thank you, Alexander. I'm really glad it turned out, and it's a lot more sturdy than I had feared. This is the skull of the largest turtle that's ever lived, as far as we know. Archelon. This sucker was about 15 feet long, so like 4.5 meters or more. Enormous animal. Lived in the late Cretaceous period. It's been found in South Dakota. There it is there on the left. And then on the right of that image is Dermichelys, the modern leatherback turtle, the world's largest turtle today. Archelon is easily twice as big. Maybe 5 times as big if we're talking mass. It's an impressive critter. Yeah. We're starting a whole leatherback turtle conservation and research stream arc on this channel, and so started that off assembling this Archelon skull on stream yesterday. Did that live. It was a lot of fun. So, but anyway, yeah. And Petrodactylus says there's a Pokemon that is heavily inspired off Archelon. Cara Costa is the name. Interesting. Cara Costa. Interesting. It does seem kind of leatherback-like, in a way. Huh. I've never seen this before. Interesting. Cool. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I love when they actually base their prehistoric stuff off actual prehistoric critters. That's what you gotta do, you know? That's it's a low bar to clear, but I'm glad they cleared it there. T-Sploots, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And I'm glad the stream was great, just Freya. Excellent. Thank you again for bringing all your viewers here. Here, by way of introduction, let me play a little channel trailer video for you. There we go. This is what we're all about here on Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is...
And the YouTube closed captioning used to get my name correct in terms of the spelling. It's a Z, not an S. I don't know why it's degraded. That's frustrating.
Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. Well, we're doing some 3D printing right now, actually. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, that's what we're all about here. So, to anybody who's new, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. Like I said, we've got not a new dinosaur, but a weird dinosaur to discuss today.
A chicken.
Angriest Naturalist, I love your name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Golganic says, I'm still wondering about that beak. I mean, yeah, the beak on this critter is bonkers. Like, what in the world is this animal doing with that beak? This huge sea turtle, Archelon. It's not chomping on divers, we know that. They hadn't evolved yet. Also, PaleoStream dropped by yesterday into our chat, and he was saying that he's not convinced that this skull actually belongs to the turtle Archelon. It's been assigned to Archelon, but I'm not sure what the story is there, you know? Yeah, like, what's the deal with this animal? Sometimes you'll see other reconstructions of it. Like here, they've got a very different shaped skull.
All brontosauruses are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
Dark Tarkonis, thank you for the 54 months of support. I appreciate that. Are you the first one to have triggered that new alert? Thanks for keeping me online for the past 54 months. This is, believe it or not, my full-time job. For everybody who's new, this is how I make my living. It's not easy to pay the bills as a paleontologist, and so I'm living the dream right now. Doing science outreach full-time, doing field work and research, and paying for that through outreach. It's kind of unbelievable, and it's due to the generosity of people like Dark Tarkanis there, their support that all of this is possible. So thank you, Dark Tarkanis. Appreciate you. Yeah. Angriest Naturalist says, thank you. Discovered your content the other day. Love your enthusiasm and excited to see more. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Haraz, 50 months there at tier 2, no less.
Smiley face.
Appreciate you, Haraz. Getting up there in age, we see 50 months. It's a long time. Phenomenal. Yeah. Good stuff. And Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Welcome, Filippo. It's great to see you. The new dinosaur is incredible. Hello, chat. I'm gonna keep you in the background. We're working on a graphical abstract. Oh, I really like graphical abstracts, Dyson Dinosaur. Wait, graphical abstract? That means you're getting ready to publish. Holy cow, Filippo. We should, if you're interested, we should do like a co-stream, a collaboration when your paper goes public. I'd love to interview you about it. I think that would be really neat.
If you're
yeah.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Moose, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, I appreciate that. I have no ideas nor clues how to make it. Oh boy. 2 papers. Ooh. Very nice, Dyson Dinosaur. I'm excited about that. Holy cow. Splendid. Yeah. Oh man, I wish we could sit down together and I could talk over the graphical abstract thing with you, because this is something that I'm really passionate about. Like how to present scientific research in a way that's visual and intuitive. This is something that I have a lot of fun with. One of my let's pull up my poster from SVP last year. 2 of my posters. There we go. Here's one of them. I really like producing research posters to present at conferences that are visually striking, catch people's attention like that, get them to come in further for a second look and a closer look, be like, what's going on here? So yeah, this is, I'm looking forward to designing my poster for SVP this year, too. But this was showing all of the different dinosaurs that have been published over the past decade, new genera and species, showing them as a little bar graph right here, and then picking an interesting one from each of these years to put on top. It's kind of an eye-catching little graphic. But I wanted to show at a glance, year by year, here's all the different numbers of, different new dinosaur taxa published. This is something that I'm really interested in, just from a research perspective, and I thought a great way to portray that at a glance is with a bar graph, and with some of those dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. Graph abstract, I don't know, I don't have the artistic vibes. We should discuss at SVP. That'd be great, Filippo. Let's do it. Yeah. Maybe I'll take you out to dinner and we could talk about it. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, if there's anything I took out of my art degree, it's having knowledge in both illustrative and graphic design is a powerful tool for so many things. It really is. Yeah. Yeah. And here, Filippo, maybe you're probably already aware of this. This is probably something you're Yeah, here we go.
okay.
There we go. This guy Mike Morrison has produced some videos and a lot of writing too on designing better research posters, and this sort of thing might be a good starting point for your graphical abstract too. It might be thought-provoking.
Okay, here's a quick recap on the scientific poster revolution. Scientists try to communicate tens of thousands of new findings to each other every year through posters. And all of these posters.
So I know this is about posters.
Basically the same approach to design.
But you might be able to use this as inspiration for your graphical abstract.
Your 45 author names, and then you try to cram your entire paper on the rest of the poster. We call this the wall of text. If we can create a new design that transmits knowledge even a little bit more efficiently, then we can speed up knowledge dissemination and learning across all of science. And it's a really low bar to make a difference here. We're not basing this design on any evidence or mature design principles or anything. We just use it because everybody else uses it. The research we do have on posters has found that, direct quote here, the wall of text is undermined by a limited ability to effectively disseminate information. And that
because this is the thing, is that
outgrown their traditional format.
So as scientists, we're not usually trained to communicate information in a concise way. Like, that's a special skill that you have to develop, or you have to practice it, or be taught it, or have some combination of the two. This is normally not the sort of thing that we're thinking about all the time. You know, we're not trained for this. We're not graphic designers. I did used to work as a graphic designer, but I never went to art school or design school or anything like that. I'm entirely self-taught. I've taken like one formal art class in my entire life, and that was in high school. Yeah, but I have a passion for this kind of thing, and so stuff like this.
Link to that research and more in the description.
I think is really valuable.
Every time you hear this sound, or this sound, that means I've linked research in the description. And
that's neat, Dinosaur.
But the biggest red
flag is
that this hasn't changed in 30 years. Nothing in science should be stagnant like that. For perspective, this design hasn't changed since before the modern internet. And we've learned a lot in the last 30 years since the
Anyway, I'll skip toward the end, and there we go.
Berries. So you run out and you switch patches. This could mean designing posters with less than 30 seconds of total content that you can read at a distance, just pausing in front of it. Really fast data visualizations would be perfect for this. Like this one. This was so memorable it got put on pants and cars and concerts and magazines. And I'll bet it helped the author's career, and more importantly, gave him a sense of impact and fulfillment that we really struggle to get in science. And I don't think any of that would have ever happened if we debuted this in a traditional poster format. It would have just been lost in the noise. Which makes me wonder how many cool things like this have been lost in 30 years of the wall of text. You can also tell a whole story in 30 seconds. Like this one. The meat of this poster is right here. Just a punchline that your eye goes straight to. Real pictures of their results that help you remember them and communicate the methods, which is eye tracking. And then just one paragraph explaining why what they're doing is really important. This is already one of the most efficient research posters I've ever seen. But we can push it even further.
Anyway,
First,
cool. Just a few more minutes of this.
Really tightly written, but it'd be kind of awkward to try to read it while the presenters are standing there looking at you. And way easier just to ask. So we can pull out the main key points about their methods, and then focus in on the most impactful sentence from their paragraph, and then make it bigger so it's readable from a distance. Now this is all I would do, but Surprise and Delight Fairy told me she would do something like this, which would actually help you remember the finding even more. And yes, this layout would require scissors, but you're allowed to do that. Do we really need to put more than this on the poster? If Jen and Alex are standing right there, able to answer any question you could have, I think in a lot of cases the answer is no, we don't. Oh, we forgot something. What about all the author names and credits and stuff that you have to put on your poster? I'll bet you didn't miss them. Let's do what movie posters do and put them on the bottom, where people can still find them, but they're not hijacking people's attention before they've learned anything. And we'll include the QR code again that links to a copy of the full paper or your contact details if you want. So thank you for the poster donations, Jennifer Sims and Alex Haynes from Sociology, Kelsey Merlot from Work Psychology, and Ilya Kashnitsky for showing me Ed Hawkins' awesome warming stripes.
Very cool. Anyway, again, the link to that video is right here if anybody's interested. I'm sure you know what you're doing, Filippo, but if that could be useful for you in any way, there it is. Yeah, let's see. And those were cool tights, weren't they, Petrodactylus? Yeah. Zula's got a question. Zula wants to know if I feel being self-taught has hindered me in any way career-wise. I say, I'm sure you always have various mentors to lean on, for you to get to this point. I have had some really great mentors. It's a really good question. Has being partly self-taught hindered my career in any way? Yes and no. So the thing is, if I wanted to go in like a traditional, purely traditional academic track where, you know, undergrad, master's degree, PhD, postdoc, and then a job maybe for a adjunct professorship, trying to get tenure, that kind of thing, it absolutely would have hurt me. Yes. But given that I stream here on Twitch and that this is my career nowadays, this is how I make my living, this is how I do my work every day. It's actually been liberating, I think. To not be part of that academic rat race, to not have to really worry about that, has been kind of incredible, you know? I've been very lucky. I'll put it that way. My career has been a long, winding road, a crooked path to get where I am right now. It's weird, just like kind of picking up different skills and proclivities and experiences along the way has kind of led me to where I am, and I don't think I'd trade that for anything. This is not how I would recommend other people become a paleontologist. Don't try and follow the same exact path that I have, because it probably won't work. But if there's any piece of advice that I can give, it's that there's multiple ways to make a living as a paleontologist. There's different avenues that are available to people besides just the traditional academic path. Do what you're good at, do what you're passionate about, pursue that to the best of your ability, and if something's not working, switch gears. When I decided to do online science outreach, I started off on YouTube. Way back in the day, that's, if you look at the YouTube page, you'll notice that my first videos were back in, what, 2017, I think? Yeah, so we've got, like, I think close to 700 videos now. Mostly Twitch VODs nowadays. But back in the day... There we go, oldest videos. Before I started on Twitch, back in 2020, I was doing, you know, pre-recorded, edited, more traditional kinds of YouTube videos, and they never went anywhere. Yeah, some of these have got, you know, fewer than 400 views, which is nuts, you know? So this is something that I tried. It didn't work. I pivoted. And it turns out Twitch is a much, much, much better platform for science outreach of the kind that I do. You know, it's much better for my strengths, and it's much more accommodating to my weaknesses too. So yeah. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that answers your question there, Zool. Yeah. It's a long-winded answer, but yeah. But yeah. And that one guy says, weird how that system works. If you want to stay in academia, you have to stay and study more stuff, but perhaps not use it in the field. If you learn and apply ideas in the field, you can't teach it in an academic environment. I'm not sure I know what you mean, that one guy. You can't teach it in an academic environment? Yeah. And the query cage, yeah, Lenina. Some of these were, you know, I had these lofty ideas for, like, ongoing series. So this is supposed to be, I filmed all of these at once. This is supposed to be like a 9-part series. I only ever finished editing 2 parts of it. Yeah. And now look at you, Sizul. I mean, yeah, I've been tremendously lucky. Tremendously lucky. Yeah. And I saw that, Dr. Terry. Yeah, new croc from South America. And, oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen the Archaeopteryx one yet. From the journal Cell. This is one of Jingmei's new papers. Awesome. Very, very cool. We'll talk about this tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day. This is great. Yeah. Now every stream is a query cage. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Shoot, when I started this. Hey there. This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and today, for the first time, we are climbing into the query cage. That's every stream now. It's true. So all these clips have cages in them. You get it? Welcome to the query cage. This is the part of paleontologizing which I answer questions. I think I filmed this back in 2017, maybe 2018. Mind that I do not pretend to be an expert in everything, so I'm gonna try and play to my strengths here, and I'll try and let you know when I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, language there, Danny. Hang on. I managed to cajole some friends of mine into telling me some things that they were curious about. So let's go ahead and give the cage a spin and see what they want to know. Kalinina, yeah. All right. Let's see. I-26, which is Mark from Pittsburgh. So Mark says, "What's up, Danny? Pittsburgh, California. We were collecting tree stars the last time we ran into one another." Is that a Land Before Time reference? Anyways, I've got a few questions. My audio was lousy back then. What answers you facilitate? Ooh, that is a solid fossil pun. Man, I dig it. So first off, Mark asks, which dinosaurs could jump? Huh, that is an excellent question. So I guess the easy answer would be something like, well, there are a lot of smaller, more athletic-looking dinosaurs. Oh, hang on. Looneysaurus, thank you for the 32 months of support. I appreciate that.
Ontogeny.
Thank you, Looneysaurus. Anyway, you get the idea. I'll share this video with you if you want to watch it for whatever reason. I'll give you a link to the YouTube page. But, yeah. Zul says, makes some sense. How much info would you have to retain if you went with academia, as opposed to teaching us various topics which you show us in the field live? Oh, yeah. Here, I'll put it this way. The kind of outreach that I can do here on Twitch is... it's much more kind of flexible, reactive, adaptable. If people are interested in a particular thing, I can talk about that. We can switch gears, we can go out down tangents, we can... It's more of a conversation than it is a lecture. If I were doing a pre-recorded YouTube video, you know, like these ones here, it feels more stiff. It's much more... it's less naturalistic, you know? It's a bit more contrived. And that's kind of a... I think that's a microcosm of sort of what academia is like for the most part. If I were within a traditional academic track, I would be, you know, probably in like a postdoc right now, trying to get research done and jump through all of these academic hoops, and I'd be in meetings all the time, I'd be applying for grants, I'd be really worried about getting a job in this current climate when science funding is being slashed left and right, especially in this country, but also all around the world. I'd be much more stressed out, I'd have much less freedom, and I'd be reaching a far smaller audience. So, again, this path that I'm on is not for everybody. But in the same way, the traditional academic track is not for everybody either. That's one of the really cool things about science, especially nowadays, is that it takes all different kinds of people using different techniques. People from different backgrounds with different strengths and different weaknesses. And I'm tremendously lucky to be able to contribute to science doing what I do here on Twitch. So yeah. But yeah, Yeah. And Angriest Naturalist says that dromaeosaur skull in the back was awesome. Did you 3D print it yourself? Dromaeosaur skull. Oh, in the video? That's actually a cast from Rob Gaston in Colorado. But these are 3D prints that I printed myself. Yeah, like this Scelidosaurus skull right here. We're going to be talking about armored dinosaurs. And so, yeah, this is a reconstructed Scelidosaurus skull. One of the earliest armored dinosaurs from the early Jurassic of Europe. We'll be talking about Spicomellus, which is a proper ankylosaur from Africa. One of the weirdest and oldest ones, apparently. But, yeah. But yeah, I do a lot of 3D printing, Angriest Naturalist. In fact, we're doing some right now. I'm currently printing a leatherback turtle model. This is the right shoulder on that critter. And, so we're printing this about 1/3 to 1/2 life size, because I don't have the space nor the budget to print a full-size adult leatherback turtle. This would be like juvenile size. But, yeah. We do a ton of 3D printing. It's like the majority of the things that you see on the wall back here are 3D prints that I've printed and assembled and painted myself. Yeah. We change the background every day too, by the way. This is always changing. So anytime you show up for a stream, I will have a different background, and I try and make it correspond to whatever we're talking about on a given day. Yesterday, we assembled this Archelon skull live on stream. That's why it's up today. But otherwise, our background is kind of ankylosaur dominated today. Old reconstructions of critters like Polacanthus. I have a Gastonia right here. This is from our friend of the stream, Casey Snowart. Yeah. So anyway. It takes some time to put together these backgrounds every day, but I enjoy doing it, and I think it adds something to the broadcast, you know? You know that every time you show up to a Paleontologizing stream, you're gonna see something new and different. And I think that's... I hope that has some appeal, you know? Yeah. But yeah. What happened with the T-Rex skull from last week? I didn't have a chance to deliver that yet. It's not finished. I asked for another week, an extension on that project. But I'll hopefully be delivering that on Friday. I've ordered some more parts that I'll need for the mount there. For anybody wondering what we're talking about, it is this. Right here. This is a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull that I 3D printed. It is enormous. And I'll be delivering this to the Fremont Museum of Natural History, or the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. Two names for the same institution. Also, Math Science Nucleus is another name. I'll be delivering this on Friday with any luck. Right now I'm trying to figure out how to get the metal stand down here to work properly. It's been kind of a trial, because a lot of the parts that I special ordered don't fit together, even though they're all supposed to be sized for a 1-inch EMT conduit. Some of them are not, despite saying that they're sized for 1-inch EMT conduit. So it's been a real headache trying to get all that together, but I've got a few parts that should be arriving tomorrow, and yeah, hopefully I'll have this all ready to go Friday morning, and I can go ahead and make the delivery. So yeah. Pony Zero says, what filament type to use for printing? PLA filament. Polylactic acid. It's not necessarily the highest quality stuff. It's not like ABS or resin printing. It's a little bit more crude than that, but it's a lot more inexpensive. It's much more affordable. And I end up doing so much post-processing anyway, so much filling in seams and smoothing and painting, that I'm able to really make it work, even if it's not necessarily like the highest end stuff. That being said, I don't use super cheapo PLA. Hatchbox is my favorite kind. It's maybe one step below the Prusament filament, which is like top of the line. This stuff is pretty darn good. And with all of the post-processing that I do, it's great when it's done. Yeah. So yeah. Was that the Rex you found or the museum approached you, says that one guy. So I've been working with this museum for a while, actually. And, yeah, I've already delivered some other 3D prints to them to use in their teaching collections. Let's see if I can find that. That would have been back in, what, January or something like that? I don't know if we'll be able to find that in time. No, it would have been after I got back from North Dakota, huh? Anyway, I delivered them a life-size Edmontosaurus skull. Big old duckbill dinosaur. And, oh no, this would have been... I'm looking in the wrong year. February 2025. There we go. Here's the Tyrannosaurus skull at the museum there. I brought this as like a demonstration before it was, you know, painted. Here it is in my car. On the way there, it barely fits in the back. And, let's see, where's the other prints that I delivered? But these are in the teaching collections now. So, here we go. Camarasaurus skull. A theropod dinosaur egg nest. And a baby Triceratops skull. There we go. And then there's the Edmontosaurus skull there, too. So 4 different prints that I've delivered to them thus far. That was earlier this year. And now the Rex skull will be the thing de resistance. I can't wait. So yeah. And where do you get the 3D models to print? Various places online, Pigeon Bing, yeah. A lot of them come from Sketchfab. Some of them come from places like Thingiverse or Colts 3D. Lots of places like that. Some of them are even things that I sculpt myself, or they are 3D scans that I have made of original fossils or fossil casts. So I'm always on the lookout for more files to print, and yeah, haven't run out so far. It helps when you're really big and ambitious with these projects, like with the leatherback turtle that I'm printing. This is gonna take a good while to print. I already have... Well, I'll show you what I've got so far. Here. It's not glued yet, so it will shift around a bit. Try not to let this thing fall. There we go. Yeah, so this is pieces that we have thus far of our leatherback turtle, Dermachelys coriacea. And I think this is going to be, when it's done, a wonderful teaching tool that I can use for, well, for leatherback turtle outreach. This is a big, you know, project that we're embarking on this channel to teach people about leatherback turtles, these truly incredible animals. Set this here for a second. Yeah, just bonkers animal, you know? Just absurdly large. This is the world's largest living turtle, one of the largest reptiles in the world. They are incredible animals, and they are at dire risk of extinction right now. They desperately need our help, and I'm going to try and do whatever I can to raise awareness about these creatures, maybe raise some money for their conservation and research. This is a big ongoing project on this channel. We just started yesterday in earnest. Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. Imagine if Paleontologizing set up a massive Mr. Beast-like warehouse. Not sure I know what that means. With all the prints and models from previous streams. I've got almost all of them here in my office. Some of them I've, like I said, delivered to the museum. But, yeah, and I might do that with more of them eventually. It would be really cool to put together, like, a mini traveling exhibit at some point. One that I could have at various, I don't know, airports around the country or something. That'd be pretty neat. You know when you're at the airport and they've got, like, a little set of glass cases with some sort of, like, piddly little museum exhibit thing in it? It'd be really cool to do that with 3D printed fossils. That could be neat. So, yeah, I'm starting to build up a bit of an inventory here. And, it'd be cool to be able to do that kind of thing in the future. Yeah. A science circus. That's an interesting idea, Figment Bunny, huh? Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, if you ever happen to visit the Burke Museum, I did go there a couple years back. Yeah. Do you not know this story, Petrodactylus? This was, I think, September of 2023. Lordy and I went there for our birthdays. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. There's me and the Tufts Love T-Rex at the museum. I didn't contact anybody in advance before we went to the museum because I figured, well, I didn't really have enough time. We weren't totally sure we were going to be going to the museum. But while we were there, I peeked into their fossil prep lab and saw some folks working on some stuff. And, you know, this is like a glassed-off area. There's a fossil prep lab where fossil preparators and paleontologists are cleaning off the fossils, removing matrix from them, gluing them together, all that stuff. You know, a viewing lab is what we call this. And I saw that they were working on a Triceratops specimen. And so really quickly, I scrolled out a little note. There was a little children's table behind me with like coloring pages and crayons. And so I grabbed one of the crayons and then I wrote out on one of those pieces of coloring paper, like, hey, is that the Denver's Triceratops specimen? I was on the field crew that dug that thing up back in 2014. And so I scrawled this out, and then I, like, made eye contact with one of the people inside of the lab. And I held that up to the glass, and this gal came up and she's like, she reads it, she goes, hang on. She disappears, and a door opens up next to the lab, and she comes walking out. Her name is Kelsey Abrams. Here she is right here. She is, I think, the lab manager there at the Burke Museum. And she's like, come on in back into the lab. Like, I'll show you around. She's like, that wasn't Denver's trike. That's a different Triceratops. But we do have Denver's trike in the back. Do you want to take a look at it? And I said, yes, please. And, yeah, here's me holding the occipital condyle of that Triceratops there. So this is on the back of a Triceratops skull, there's this big bump, this big, almost like a trailer hitch ball that attaches the skull to the neck vertebra. And on most animals, this is pretty small, but on Triceratops, it is enormous. It's huge. It's like a cannonball. Now, Lordy says, Danny was so happy this day. I totally was. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So this is a dinosaur I helped dig up back in 2014. Clean Jackie, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So that was really neat. Pretty awesome to be able to do that. I need to go back at some point. Maybe interview Kelsey and some other folks. That would be a pretty neat trip. Yeah. And that's in Seattle. Yeah, Lordy, you remember. You were there. Lordy got to go back into the collections too, which is really neat. Yeah. Anyhow. How are you doing, sweetie pie? So my landlord here is demanding payment. So let's make that happen, huh, sweetie pie? Yeah? Do that? Well, first, let's take a screenshot, huh? Yeah. Okay, I'll give you some treats. We'll make that happen, huh? Ooh. There we go. There we go. Oh. What, are these not good enough for you? What's up with that? You just want attention? Is that what you're after? Do you want some brushing? Ooh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Just needed to stimulate your appetite a little bit with some brushing. Excellent. Yeah. Everything good stuff? Yeah. So anywho, yeah. I don't remember how we got to this point, but it was really cool. Very few times in my life have I been able to see one of the dinosaurs that I dug up in the field in the collections afterward. I've dug up, I don't know how many different dinosaurs over the course of my career so far. Probably well over 100 individual dinosaur specimens, at least. I've been doing field work since 2011. So, depending on how you count it, I've done between 13 and 19 different field seasons. Yeah. But usually the last time that I see a fossil that I work on in the field is when I'm in the field, when it's being transported back to the laboratory. So it was really cool to be able to kind of commune with some of these dinosaurs after they've been cleaned and prepped, and there they are sitting in their museum drawers where they will be for time immemorial. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Rel Jenkins says, seeing it in the collection sounds like a dream. It kind of is. Yeah, it kind of is. Dyson Dinosaur says, something similar happened to me in 2019. I went to a museum in LA, what we used to call the LACM, now it's NHMLA, for DinoFest. They were showing the skull of Spicomellus youngorum that I helped dig up in Nevada in 2015. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. I was listening to the guy explaining it with a smile. Do you like this specimen, he asked? Well, yes, I dug it. That's awesome, Filippo. The guide was totally surprised. I started to tell fieldwork stories and had a little audience. That's really cool. I just discovered something recently about Spicomellus youngorum. Well, shoot. Let's see if anybody remembers this, because I've talked about it before. Gonna do a little quiz here for the chat. When you see the suffix orum in a species name, what does that mean? Spicomellus youngorum. What does that mean? It is gold, it is old, it is thick. No, it's none of those. Anytime you hear orum at the end of a species name, it means that it's named after a group of people. More than one person. If it were Spicomellus youngi, that would mean it's named after somebody probably whose last name is Young, one person. But youngorum means that that's like after the Young family. There's a group of people that it's named after. So orum implies that it's plural. So I think this is the right one, right? Yeah, this is not a paid sponsorship or anything. But ichthyosaur fossil found in Nevada named after brewery founder. So in Reno, Nevada, there's a beer brewery called Great Basin Brewing Company. And they have an ichthyosaur-themed beer. So first, the beer was named for the fossil. Now it's come full circle as a species of the fossil found in Nevada is named for the maker of the beer. Oh. The first giant creature to inhabit the Earth, ichthyosaurs, dominated the Earth's oceans in the Triassic. As of late last year, this was 2022, so 2021. One of the earliest species of ichthyosaurs, now known as Spicomellus youngorum, named for Tom and Bonda Young of Great Basin Brewing Company. Their name was announced at a ceremony at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles in December. I didn't know that you were involved with this excavation, Filippo. That's really cool. The Youngs, that's the family, the Young family, started Great Basin Brewing Company in Sparks, Nevada in 1993. Before making beer, Tom was a geologist. His interest in fossils led him to name one of his first beers after the ichthyosaur. It's called Icky IPA. There's an image right there. Here's them in the field, loading some of these fossil jackets into a Great Basin Brewing Company truck. So they generously donated, I think, supplies. I want to say that they donated like beer and pizza and stuff like that to the field crew, and they sent out one of their trucks to bring the fossils from the Nevada desert, I think out near Austin, Nevada? It's probably near Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park, right? They brought those to LA in the truck. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I'm inside the truck. That's awesome. Small world. Isn't that cool? Yeah. The guy in the yellow shirt was in front of me loading it. Very cool. So you're inside of this truck right here when this photo was taken, Filippo. That's awesome. Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur says the guy provided us with beer in the field, the Icky Pale Ale, with an ichthyosaur on the can. We transported the specimen inside his truck with a giant ichthyosaur on it, so a fully fledged ichthyosaur fieldwork. That's awesome. Yeah. But yeah, there's their, this was really popular in Bozeman when I lived there, in Montana. Denver and Carey and John Scannell and a bunch of other people had either they'd gotten hold of this beer, I think you can order it, or they'd gotten merchandise, they had magnets and stuff on their fridges. It's pretty neat. I love the art there. These ichthyosaurs with, are those belemnite hops? It's so cool. Yeah. I tried to stop here on my way home from Utah a few weeks ago when I was driving back and in Sparks, Nevada, and the place wasn't open yet when I was coming through. I really wanted to get a t-shirt, but alas. So the beer is incredibly good, says Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, really neat stuff. Here's a link to that article if anybody wants that full story there. It's cool stuff. Yeah. It's not a bad IPA, says Germstrom. Yeah. I would say it's the best one because I'm, you know, my assessment is based on whether or not it's fossil related. This one is, so it gets my approval. The specimen was excavated from a rock unit called the Fossil Hill Member in the Augusta Mountains of Nevada, 41 miles northwest of Austin. First, it took some digging. So this was the quarry there. That's a really tall, high wall. Holy cow. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. Young jokes, he had a different idea for the name. Not Spicomellus youngorum, but he says, I was voting for Beerosaurus personally, he said, smiling. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Soul says, dinos and octopus together? Oh, so that's not an octopus, nor is that a dinosaur there. So ichthyosaurs are not dinosaurs. They actually evolved before the first dinosaurs. Ichthyosaurs are these giant marine reptiles. Pretty much no dinosaurs lived in the ocean. So that's, Should be your first clue. Yeah, critters like Spicomellus were some of the first giant animals to ever evolve. Some of these ichthyosaurs from the Triassic grow to be whale size or larger. They may have been the largest animals to have ever lived. Critters like Ichthyotitan. These guys may have grown larger than blue whales. We've only ever found a few scraps of these guys, and what are the odds that those are the biggest, you know, that's a piece of the biggest animal? There are... yeah. We have reason to wonder whether this actually was the largest animal to have ever evolved. Largest, at least in terms of mass, not in length. Dinosaurs got far longer than this. But, yeah, it's a huge animal. Huge animal. Yeah. And, check email. Oh, thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. And did Mary Anning discover them? She found the first ichthyosaur in the UK. The first one outside of Germany, I think. But, yeah. Oh, this is great, Filippo. Holy cow. Fantastic. Here. Download. There we go. So I was showing you, these images from the Reno Gazette Journal here. There's the truck right there, remember? Yeah. Filippo just sent me this picture. Here's him. On site. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah. Very, very cool. Wow, small world, huh? Really, really neat. And I still have hair there, says Nice Dinosaur. Yeah. Right here. You still have some hair, facial hair, right? Yeah. Everybody's got different genes. And Angriest Naturalist says, I really hope we discover Permian ichthyosaurs. These guys appear so shortly after the Permo-Triassic boundary. Makes you wonder if they didn't just somehow survive the extinction? Maybe. Yeah. It is weird how quickly they arise. But that might be because the end Permian extinction was just so severe that these guys just... It's like 90% of life on Earth had died out right before this. And so these guys show up and they're just able to take advantage of that situation. Like, it's open season. It's free real estate. It's free real estate, you know? I think PBS Eons might have a video about this. Yeah, here we go.
Of the Triassic, there appeared a new kind of predator. It was a nimble hunter of fish and squid, and it was a reptile, even though it had some features that were distinctly fish-like, such as flippers, a dorsal fin, and a tail fluke. It's known today as Californosaurus, and it was an ichthyosaur, a marine reptile that played a pivotal role in shaping ocean life throughout the Mesozoic era. Ichthyosaurs arose after the catastrophic extinction event at the end of the Permian period, which wiped out at least 90% of life in the oceans, changing the seas forever and triggering a new evolutionary arms race between predator and prey.
Oh, and very nice, Petrodactylus. If you ever happen to visit Washington State, highly recommend just about any cider up here. Selection is so, so good. I really like ciders too, Petrodactylus. I honestly like them a lot better than beers. Not really a beer guy. I'll drink beer, but it's not my favorite. I prefer mixed drinks or ciders. Yeah. Have we talked about this before, Petrodactylus? When I was up there in Seattle, Lordy took me to something that she knew I would really enjoy. It's called Inside Passage. It's a tiki bar in, I think, North Seattle. So they have like tiki drinks. here we go. I really like tiki bars, but this place is really cool. Yeah. It's almost like a secret bar that's tacked onto another bar. You go through like a secret door, and I think I've been there actually. It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of cephalopods, they have a giant octopus like this, hanging from the ceiling. It's all homemade. The suckers on the arms are made of coconuts. It's super cool. Yeah. Really, really neat. And actually, if Lordy happens to be watching right now, Lordy, if you felt so inclined, if you wanted to bring down the mug that we got there, that would be pretty cool, so I could show everybody. But yeah, need to check it out. It's super. You'd love it, Petrodactylus. I'm a sucker for this kind of thing. Like any time that you've got an institution like this that's got really cool theming, it makes me really happy. It's neat stuff. Yeah. So, but this ties in with our with the Ichthyosaur themed beer at Great Basin Brewing Company, Icky IPA. It ties in with a lot of the stuff that I do here in my background. Oh, thank you, Lordy. Excellent. Well, well, well. Yeah, take a look at this. This is like the coolest mug that I own. You ready? How neat is that? So this is a drink mug right here. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. And there it is, Inside Passage, Seattle, Washington. Very cool stuff. How awesome is that? This is not the easiest mug to wash, so we don't use it that often. But yeah, it's a mug, Vexy. Isn't that awesome? Very, very cool. I think it would be super, super cool to, at some point, create like a leatherback turtle mug in this same kind of style. And do that as like a fundraiser. That would be really neat. But I don't really know anybody who does ceramics like this on a large scale. Yeah. A pint beer glass with an Ichthyosaur from SVP Berlin. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Nice. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Neat stuff. And Zul says, ever visit the Gum Wall? You mean Gumball Alley in where is that? It's in Central California on the coast. San Luis Obispo. Gumball Alley there? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Thanks, Orange Boy, yeah. It's neat stuff. It wasn't cheap, but Lordy got it for me for my birthday, as I recall. Pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah, pretty neat. Gumball in Seattle. I don't know if I went there. Yeah. Gumwall, Seattle. No, I have not been. Oh, that's gross. Or maybe I did? This is in the really touristy area, isn't it? Near that spot where they've got Rachel the Pig. I forget what they call it. Ugh. Pike Place Market. Yeah, there we go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. So it is a lot like Gumball Alley and San Luis Obispo, where there are some, yeah. There's some gumball machines right outside, and it's a tradition, especially when you're a tourist, to chew some gum and then stick it on the wall. Yeah. I got hepatitis just looking at that. Sorry, Figment Pudding, yeah. It's pretty gross. I mean, I kind of love that there's a special thing that people get excited about, but I just wish it weren't as gross, you know? So yeah. Anyway, almost as gross as the end Permian mass extinction.
In these turbulent times, the ichthyosaurs turned out to be true pioneers, innovators. because they helped create roles in the oceans that had not existed before. They got better at crunching through the shells of ammonites, flushing out bivalves on the seafloor, and higher up on the water column, hunting fish and other reptiles.
Interesting, Linnea.
And in time, their prey diversified too, and developed better defenses, like harder shells, spines, and more mobility. This dynamic between predator and prey marked a revolution in marine life. A sea change, if you will. It began just after the world's oceans had been at the brink of extinction, and it continues to this day. And the ichthyosaurs were some of the key players in this remarkable transformation. As it turns out, these strange marine reptiles wouldn't be able to see this change through to the very end. But the fact is, the ocean life that lives among us today is a product of that time when the ichthyosaurs helped revolutionize the seas. When fossils of ichthyosaurs were first discovered in the early 1800s, they were, to put it mildly, baffling. The more complete specimens, like those found in England, revealed animals that were shaped a lot like fish or porpoises, with streamlined profiles, fins, and powerful tails.
So
their bones.
This image right here, I think, is actually the one that Great Basin Brewing Company used to use on some of their stuff. Yeah, there we go. There's that same image right there, but just inverted. The blacks and whites inverted. So that used to be the label on their beer bottles or beer cans, or maybe both. But it's that same figure right there. I think this also might be in the opening montage from the 2014 Gareth Edwards Godzilla film. I think this same figure, this one here, might be part of that. I'm like 95% sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Were distinctly reptilian. Today, we know that ichthyosaurs are a group of marine reptiles that were actually descended from terrestrial ancestors that made their way back to the sea. This unusual journey began right after the biggest extinction event in Earth's history, the Permian-Triassic extinction, also known as the Great Dying. Because of this event, some 252 million years ago, many of the marine animals that had defined life in the Permian period,
like trilobites,
including 98% of crinoids, 80% of brachiopods, and all of the trilobites. Poor guys. But for
the trilobites were actually doing not so hot before that. They'd been in decline since, what, like the Silurian or something like that? Yeah. So you only had a few species, a few families of trilobites still around.
For the survivors, this catastrophe presented an opportunity and left a lot of niches or environmental roles open for organisms to fill, including roles for new predators. Now, predation itself first became a thing some 540 million years ago, during that burst of evolutionary complexity known, of course, as the Cambrian explosion. But after the Great Dying, the complexity of marine life ramped up to a new level. Some predators acquired new abilities, like being able to crush shells or bore into them. And some prey species responded by developing harder, spinier shells. And some predators even began hunting other predators. Suddenly, the food webs of the ocean became much more complex. This restructuring of sea life came to be known as the Mesozoic Marine Revolution, in which predators and prey radiated into new forms and lifestyles in a sort of evolutionary arms race. And this revolution is actually still underway today. You could say that the world's oceans, even now, continue to respond to the disaster of the Great Dying. But at the start of the Mesozoic...
And that's kind of nuts. Like, if we're still feeling the reverberations from that, that was 252 million years ago, you know? It's pretty extraordinary that it was that much of an event, you know? Nuts. So much of the course of life on Earth, the story of the evolution of life on Earth is dictated by these mass extinction events, you know? It's a big deal.
Marine Revolution, some of the leading figures were the ichthyosaurs. The earliest ancestor of the ichthyosaurs appeared just around 4 million years
There you go, Diagonal,
after the Great Dying.
Yeah.
It was probably a reptile that spent most of its time in the ocean, but could also haul itself onto land, kind of like a seal. And one of the oldest true ichthyosaurs appears in the fossil record very soon after that. For example, Chowhusaurus was a fully aquatic ichthyosaur. And thanks to a fossil of a female found in China with embryos still intact, we know that it gave birth to live young, like all.
So Chowhusaurus, what age is that critter? Because if we suspect that the ancestors of ichthyosaurs, like, you know, proto-ichthyosaurs or even like earliest true ichthyosaurs first evolved in the Permian, then these guys should be right after the boundary. Chowhusaurus. Here we go. What age is this critter? Early Triassic. Oh boy. Description, classification, reproduction, paleoecology. What formation is it from? Let's see here. From the Anisian stage. Holy cow. Okay. Let me show you what we mean by that. We'll jump to our geological timescale here. Cretaceous, Jurassic, Triassic period. Dinosaurs first evolve probably in like the Ladinian stage, the latest part of the middle Triassic. So this critter's from the Anisian, so it's within 10 million years of the end Permian extinction event. So it's within 10 million years, you already have fully marine ichthyosaurs who are already giving live birth. I guess that's not too crazy. It's kind of like the evolution of whales by like... Because what? By like 50 million years ago in the Eocene? We already have some of the earliest whales. And that's only like 15 million years after the KPG extinction. So yeah, I guess it's not altogether shocking. It doesn't necessitate that ichthyosaurs first start in the Triassic. Yeah. No, interesting.
Ichthyosaurs did. But Chowhusaurus still looked kind of like a finned lizard. The first ichthyosaurs to adopt more familiar shapes, ones that looked more like
Hey,
sharks,
Gatlin Cookie, welcome, welcome.
wouldn't appear until later, in the Middle Triassic period. One of these was Phalerodon. It used its streamlined body to keep up with its prey, which had become faster and more nimble as the Mesozoic marine revolution continued. And this sleek body plan made these reptiles look a lot like fish or marine mammals, even though they're not closely related to either, like at all. Sharks.
It's interesting that in this, like in PBS Eons, they do really, really good work, and I think it is pretty excellent outreach. They're one of the few channels on YouTube that does paleontology that I think really reaches a broad audience. They're not just preaching to the choir. As a researcher, sometimes I feel like they sort of over-rely on these, I almost want to call them buzzwords, things like the Mesozoic Marine Revolution or the Great Dying, stuff like this. But I also understand that you kind of have to do that when you're speaking with non-specialists. Like, there has to be a narrative push to what you're saying. You've got to be able to, like, connect together concepts and like give them a flashy name. They're not inventing these names. They're using names that appear in the literature and stuff like that. But I don't know. I do think they strike a pretty good balance between oversimplification and over-technicality. But yeah, to my ears, like the Mesozoic Marine Revolution just feels a little contrived. I don't know. This is not a knock on them. PBS Eons does great work.
Fish or marine mammals, even though they're not closely related to either, like at all. Sharks had been around for hundreds of millions of years before ichthyosaurs showed up.
There you go, Charlie's
and
Dragon.
marine mammals like porpoises wouldn't show up until more than 200 million years later. So each of these groups converged separately on the same body plan and the undulating style of movement that these bodies made possible, known as tuniform locomotion. In tuniform swimming, most of the power is generated by the motion of the tail, while the front half of the animal stays still. This makes for fast and efficient movement through open water. Now, ichthyosaurs came in a range of sizes, from Mixosaurus at about 1 meter long to Shonosaurus, which was more than 20 meters long.
And then you have things like Ichthyotitan, which are potentially like 30 or maybe even 40 meters long.
Rivaling some of today's largest whales. And this range in size went a long way in helping the reptiles occupy a variety of niches in the Mesozoic seas.
And Benutree says there's a swimming ankylosaur species that eats fish. I'm not totally convinced it ate fish. I've actually worked on these animals before. You're talking about Liaoningosaurus. I presented a poster on these guys back in 2023. Let's see, where can I find those files? Here we go. Ankylosaur work with Jim. Let's see, large icons. Let's find that poster. gonna try and open up an enormous file, 40 megabyte file. Holy cow! I'm trying to open this without crashing Windows. 25 megs. Okay, we'll try that one. This is the poster on its side because I had it set up for printing. But yeah, Leoningosaurus. I'm not convinced that these animals actually ate fish. I know that fish have been found within the rib cage, but there's fish all over the place from these, like from this assemblage. I think the animal may have just died on top of some fish or something. It doesn't seem to be well adapted for eating fish. But yeah, Jim Kirkland and I think this critter is probably an algal grazer. So yeah. Anyway, really like your poster, Sal. Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. Appreciate that. Yeah, this was a fun one to put together. I wonder if I can open that up in Paint, if that'll work. There we go. And rotate left 90 degrees. Let's see if that works. I don't think it'll let me resize this. Or maybe it will. Let's try 10%. Where'd it go? Gosh darn it. Anyway. I should really save that as a smaller file so I can show it off at some point. Yeah. Is it more rare to find fossils of ocean animals, says Pointy Zero? No, quite the opposite, actually. The fossils of marine animals tend to be more common than those of terrestrial animals. And that's because most fossils that we have are the remains of animals that the bones or shells or teeth are preserved by waterborne sediment. And so if you're living in an ocean, then you stand a better shot of becoming a fossil in some cases. So if any of you have ambitions of one day becoming a fossil, here's a little video on how to make that happen.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
So the getting buried part is often easier if you're an ocean animal. If you're a land animal, like, you might get buried, but most likely your remains, you know, after you're pulled apart by scavengers and stuff like that, your bones and teeth or shell or whatever, those will probably just kind of lie there on the surface and get baked by the sun, and in a few years the bone and the other material would just deteriorate completely and crack and just blow away in the wind as like dust. But if you're at the bottom of an ocean, there is, especially like a shallow ocean, where you've got sediment being deposited, there's a greater likelihood you'll get buried.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean.
Yep.
Water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
Yep.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
I know we've watched this video a million times,
can
but
dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
it's short,
Either
and
way,
there's new people here who would
skeleton
benefit.
will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter. And wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
And Zula says, won't scavengers get you in the water as well? They certainly can, yeah. Yeah. But water is usually the medium that brings sediment along to bury you. Like I said, if you're out there... If you're out there in the middle of a desert, chances are your bones are just going to sit there on the surface and just bake in the sun. They'll crack under UV rays. They'll eventually just get sun bleached and they'll completely fall apart. You got to get buried if you want to become a fossil. Does that make sense? So even land creatures, when they are buried as fossils, it's usually that their remains have ended up in the bottom of a lake or a river, or they're on a floodplain that's, you know, a river is going to flood its banks and deposit sediment over them, that kind of thing, you know? So water really is a crucial element to many, if not most, fossils. That's not to say that it's absolutely essential. We do have fossils that are preserved in what we call aeolian sediments. So sometimes you can have aeolian deposits of rocks, which are like wind-blown sand dunes and stuff like that. And these are really easy to identify oftentimes in the rock record. You can tell the difference between aeolian strata and lacustrine or fluvial strata, so lake or river strata, respectively. So yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. Ashka JJ says, thank you for giving me an after-death goal. Finally something good to look forward to. You bet. That's what we're all about here. Welcome, Ashka JJ. It's good to have you here. Oh yeah. And Ice Ellen says, sorry, Libers98 says, is that an Anomalocaris? So that was a trilobite and an opabinia there. So, trilobite right here. And then here we've got opabinia is this guy. So opabinia with the weird trunk with the 5 eyes. Opabinia. This guy. Incredible fossil critter. Super weird. I'm still not sure we know if it's related to any modern animals. It might just have been its own weird thing that lived during the Cambrian period and never left any descendants that survived till today. We don't really know. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, not Anomalocaris, but opabinia. Yeah. And Pointy Zero says, is the Permian Basin a good place to find fossils? I think so. I want to say the Permian Basin in Texas is named after the Permian period. So it's named after the rocks and, to a certain extent, the fossils. Yeah, it is named after the Permian geological period, the final period of the Paleozoic. It contains some of the world's thickest deposits of rocks from that period. There we go. There's the Permian Basin right there. It covers part of western Texas and the southeast corner of New Mexico. Depositional history. Let's see. Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Mississippian, Pennsylvanian, Permian. Here, if you want to read more about this, here's a link. But, oh, there you go. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Excellent. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Zul says, speaking of Texas, whatever became of the dinosaur tracks found? Oh, we've known about dinosaur tracks in Texas for hundreds of years. There's a ton of really good spots. There is actually a really excellent long-form YouTube video produced by someone who's not in paleo about those dinosaur tracks and about this, like, all these like creationist grifts around them and stuff. There we go. Here, I'll show you the beginning of it.
It's November 1938. Roland Thaxter Bird is standing in front of the display
Roland T. Bird. Yeah.
Post in the town of Gallup, New Mexico. Roland works for the Department of Vertebrate Paleontology for the American Museum of Natural History.
You've watched this, Charlie's Dragon? I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
The prestigious role belies the man's true character.
So Roland T. Bird worked for Barnum Brown, the guy who discovered T-Rex, and the same guy who worked in the Almond Formation of Wyoming before we started working there a few years ago. He was like one of the last guys to really find any fossils there.
Just a few years earlier, Roland was a drifter, wandering the American West, living out of a compact trailer hitched to the side of his rusty Harley. Despite a sharp mind, childhood illness forced him to drop out of high school. Life had delivered Roland few prospects until in 1932 he stumbled upon a fossilized jaw that would land him in the office of the most famous fossil hunter of all time, Barnum Brown. Now,
I don't know if Barnum Brown's the most famous fossil hunter of all time, but he's up there for sure. I don't know if he's number one, but, you know, we could argue about that. Barnum Brown, Mary Anning, Phil Curry, Jack Horner. Yeah.
In his 60s, Barnum was, in a way, a dinosaur himself. Barnum is better understood not as a paleontologist as we now know the word, but as a transitional fossil between Victorian-era treasure hunters and dedicated academics. While Barnum took care to document a lot of his work, he was still really close friends with dynamite.
Yeah, he was a bit of a headhunter for sure. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video, but it's really cool. It talks about like the history of dinosaur tracks being found in Texas, and how many people there have tried to take these and like make hoaxes out of them, essentially, to try and prove that, oh, human beings walked alongside dinosaurs back in the Cretaceous period. You know, it shows that the Earth is actually young and that scientists are lying about the age of the Earth. This is a really, really common theme in Texas, unfortunately.
A few hours and a week to extract from the surrounding rock. A dinosaur footprint could sell anywhere from $25 to $50. Dinosaur tracks in the Paluxy River were first documented in early 1909 when a 9-year-old boy named George Adams discovered an oddly shaped depression in the riverbed. And he had After years of failing to raise funds, the project was quietly forgotten. But Clifford Burdick didn't forget. He ventured out solo to conduct his own investigation and was immediately sidetracked. Burdick was seemingly able to trace the carved man tracks birds saw in Gallup to their new owner, the operator of a roadside museum in Arizona named Alan Berry. Upon inspection, Burdick became convinced that the prints were genuine, and thus these tracks were the same man-like tracks birds saw in the riverbed. This would cause Burdick to fixate on man tracks, making numerous sporadic trips to Glen Rose over the next 40 years. In 1950, Burdick published an article in Signs of the Times where he made his ultimate argument. Humans did not evolve. In fact, we have degenerated.
Oh boy. Anyway, interesting stuff. This is a brilliant video. Check it out. Bookmark it if you want to watch it later. Really comprehensive. It's like an hour and a half long. Excellent work. Yeah. But yeah. And Diagonal says, I know of an Arkansas preacher who used to show a fossil angel footprint. Oh boy. Yeah. I've been to that creationist museum where the guy in Glen Rose faked the human handprint, says Lenina. There you go. Yeah. Dr. Terra says, sadly, when I went to Glen Rose and the Paluxy River tracks, there was an informational sign that was vandalized to say the Earth was thousands of years old instead of mid-Cretaceous. Yeah, it's... No offense to any Texans in the chat right now. I feel for you, you know? But, you know, that's... I kind of think that's why the phrase exists, you know, don't mess with Texas. I think a lot of people read it the wrong way. It should be more like, come on, man. Don't mess with Texas. You know what they're like. It's just, it's not fair. Don't mess with Texas. Yeah. There you go, Craigery, yeah. And Kennedy 104 says, I've wondered about bodies in deep cold, but carcasses in deep cold water, bodies of water with low oxygen levels like Lake Superior, and if they would be fossilized over the millennia. They might, Kennedy, yeah. So anoxic conditions like that, having very little oxygen in the water, is a way that you can get fossil preservation, because if there's no oxygen in the water, then scavengers can't set upon those remains and eat them up. Bacteria, in many cases, can't survive in those conditions, so things get... They stay a lot longer without decomposing, which gives them more time for sediment to fully bury them so they can be fossilized. So yeah. Millennia says it's an anti-litter campaign, actually. Mess means litter. I'm aware of this. I was making a joke, but yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, an interesting Charlie's Dragon. Another video. Huh. Cool. But yeah. Yeah. Lena says you troll so subtly it's difficult to tell sometimes. Fair. Sorry. Anyway, before I forget, let's do a Blue Sky post. I think I lost the Sweetie Pie screenshot. So, here. Let's do like this. There. See if that looks any good. There we go. Yeah. First tries the charm. Let's go ahead and post that to Blue Sky here. There we go. All right. We're about to discuss Spicomellus. The incredibly weird armored dinosaur from Morocco. It's just had a new paper published on it. And we'll... Oh.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Greenbaum, hey, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome, Greenbaum. Looks like you were doing some science and technology too. Excellent. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Green raid indeed, Key Danger. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hey, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and we're about to discuss a really weird dinosaur. It's newish. It's not brand new as of this week, but it's an incredibly strange, weird thing. Originally published based on some bizarre ribs with spikes sticking off of them, like this. It's from Morocco, from the... I forget what time, actually. Is it the Cretaceous? Well, I guess we'll find out. Anyway, there's more of it. More pieces. This critter is finally starting to come together, and it is even weirder than you might imagine. So we'll go over that in a couple minutes. But, yeah. I took a glance at Reddit, and hey, I saw that the Spicomellus was trending on the front page. Wow. Good for Reddit, I guess. You rarely hear good things about Reddit. That's cool. And Ivana Ryder says, I've heard about this. Can't wait to learn more. Oh, yeah. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. But first, let's finish this post on Blue Sky.
Ontogeny.
We'll be doing our usual viewer paleontology viewer Q&A as well. Tune in and join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. And thank you, Mark Melvin, for gifting Greenbam there. Really appreciate it. Excellent.
Mark Melbourne gifted a sub to Greenbam. They have given
I appreciate that,
345
Mark
gift
Melvin.
subs
Holy
in the
cow,
channel.
that's a lot of gift subs. Thank you, Mark Melvin. Holy moly. Nuts. Appreciate the ongoing support. That means a lot to me. And from the Middle Jurassic, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. So it's even older than critters like Gargoylosaurus or my Morapelta, as Jim would say. It's not just his Morapelta, it's my Morapelta. It's our Morapelta. But the animal's name is my Morapelta. Anyway, we'll get into that. Greenbam says, I'm in a science museum and can't hear anything, but we're making a last visit to the 40-year-old animatronic dinosaur exhibit in Seattle Science Center. This seemed like the best possible place to bring everyone. I appreciate that, Greenbam. We were just talking about the Burke Museum in Seattle. Yeah. I was there back in 2023 and got to go behind the scenes and see some of the fossils that are there in the collections that I dug up 10 years prior to that. 9 years prior to that, in 2014. It's pretty neat. Anyway, yeah. And you were at the night farewell party for those dinosaurs? Super cool, Petrodactyl. It's really neat. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, welcome, Greenbam. It's great to have you here. I appreciate you. Let's get another shout out for you. Excellent. Anywho, all right. Alt text, Twitch, screenshot of me in my office, pointing to the gigantic, life-sized Archelon sea turtle skull 3D print, which we assembled on yesterday's stream. Various Ankylosaur 3D prints are on the wall behind me, too. Save. That's good enough.
Hold on to your butts.
Looks like everything's spelled correctly. Let's post it. Hopefully I spelled Spicomellus correct as well. There's two L's, right? It's Spicomellus? I think so. Yeah. And, oh, and there you go, Kennedy 104. Yes. It's funny, I was thinking about that with the Don't Mess with Texas ad campaign. Keep America Beautiful. That whole thing was a hoax. Like a... Don't get me started on that. It was like basically the pollution factory sponsoring an anti-pollution ad so that they could try and get Americans to think of pollution as a personal problem rather than like an industry and corporate problem. Don't get me started. Oh boy. Anyway, another time. And in fact, maybe we'll talk about that after we're done with Spicomellus, because there was a new paper that I just got hold of about fossil plastics. So, like, trying to take a paleontological approach to thinking about plastic pollution in the modern day. How many of these bits of plastic waste will appear in the fossil record in millennia in the future, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Greenbam says, hot take here, but I'm not a big fan of the pollution factory. You know what? Me too. Here, I'll say it. I'll say it. I don't like the pollution factory. And I don't care who knows it. Yeah. Dor Mirabelle says, I love when you get started on rants. They're my favorite. Thank you, Dor Mirabelle. Later, we'll do that. Right now, let's jump into Spicomellus, shall we? And thank you, Claire, for the that reply there on Blue Sky. Good stuff. Anywho, Spicomellus. Weird animal. Incredibly weird. Also on Blue Sky, wait, what? Server error. Uh-oh. Where did that post go? Maybe I copied and pasted it incorrectly? No, here, I must have. Here it is.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Gimpleg does. Thank you for the 19 months of support, Gimpleg. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that Prime. Helps keep me going. I appreciate it, Gimpleg. I really do. And is this the earliest ankylosaur, says Deathsaurus? Depends on who you ask. Some ankylosaur specialists would tell you that critters like Scelidosaurus here are, rather than being the ancestors of both the Stegosaurs and the Ankylosaurs, they're probably primarily Ankylosaur ancestors. So maybe critters like Scelidosaurus were the first Ankylosaurs. Or at least they're on the line that Ankylosaurs came from. Like... But anyway, for today's purposes, we'll probably say Spicomellus is the first or earliest found so far Ankylosaur. So, yeah, I must have copied and pasted this incorrectly. Because I was able to find the post again. Here it is. Whoop. Wrong button. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, and NBs alike, Spicomellus. Look at that incredibly weird animal. So this is a life reconstruction associated with this new paper. Look at that creature. Look at it. It's bonkers, you know? So we are going to take a look at the press release from these researchers. We're going to take a look at this Blue Sky post thread. We'll take a look at a little video, and then, if we're lucky, we'll take a look at the original paper, too. It was just published in the journal Nature. I haven't gotten hold of the PDF yet. I did send out an email to a colleague asking for a PDF, and nothing yet. No, he's live right now. It's Angurius, essentially, says Alexander Morrison. Kind of. Here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna bother Reiko real quick. We're gonna bother Raikodactylus. I'm gonna ask him to check his email and see if he can send me that paper.
Fields, and then there's how we talk about it. And those are kind of two separate things. And how we talk about it, particularly in educational context, but not exclusively, that's sort of for a different purpose. The purpose is about, like, we need to communicate some degree of some aspect of science. So let's
I hope it's
So let's
okay.
explore
I raid
some of the
in
nuance and just tell them,
later.
like, oh yeah, no, DNA has a double helical structure to it.
There we go.
Thank you for all the follows, by the way. I do appreciate it. Oh, sure. And yeah, let me. Hey, Danny, how's it going? Let's see what we can do for you.
It's got me on my screen right now.
You came in as we were talking about. Oops, wrong email.
I appreciate you massively. So we'll be raiding into Rhacodactylus at the end of today's stream because
a nature paper.
On Wednesdays he talks about
I was actually,
about science.
I shared this earlier in your Discord about the Spicomellus.
Yeah.
I saw the well, I can't remember which researcher it was, but one of the researchers who was involved in this shared this on Blue Sky and earlier, and I was very agog by it. But yeah, let me share what Danny's talking about. But yeah,
Two of those authors
Nature by Suzanne
are going to be
and
on
colleagues.
my
Extreme Armor
field
is the world's oldest ankylosaur.
crew next
So
month.
yeah, clearly I've just got the PDF. Let me save that and send it to you real quick. And then I'll read your email as well. Where do we?
Sorry about the derail.
Oh, how big is this file?
Huge thanks to Rhacodactylus for this.
All right, too big to send over Gmail. So let me upload it to a Google Drive. Stupid. All right. Yeah, let me upload it to my drive. And then... Oh, no worries.
Excellent. And Petrodactylus, you've run into this issue before, too. Yeah, it's a common one when you've got big PDFs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Share. Copy link.
Anyway, if you're not yet following Rhacodactylus, do so right now so you won't have to when we raid in later. Yeah. Yeah, Photoshop files are
Tell
nuts.
me if this link works for you,
Petrodactylus, yeah.
Danny. Or really anybody in chat.
All right, let's see if that works.
Let me know if that works.
Yeah.
Because if not, I will find a way to get this to you. If I have to break it apart into 2 PDFs
Access
that are less than 25
requested.
megabytes each, I will do that. Need access. Oh, goodness. All right.
Yeah. You might be able to change it so that anyone with link can access.
Oh. All right. I just changed it. So hopefully that didn't change the link, did it?
No, that's great. Perfect.
There we go. Cool.
Yeah. Nice.
So welcome in, Charlie's Dragon and Claire. Hope you're all well.
Good. Oh, Dyson Dinosaur said they sent you a copy.
25 megabyte attachment size in 2025. Yeah, good job, Google. You suck.
Anyway, huge thanks to Rhacodactylus for that. And thank you also, Filippo, I guess, sent it too. Shoot. That's awesome. Anywho. Yeah. Well, yeah. Good stuff. Dr. Morbius, how are you doing? Welcome. I finished Forbidden Planet the other night. Who knew you were the bad guy? Shoot. That's really funny, Kennedy. Shoot. Tragic figure, says Dr. Morbius. True, fair, okay. If anything, you know, Leslie Nielsen's character was probably the bad guy because he didn't listen at the beginning. Once again, some, like, government or military figure not listening to the warnings of a scientist, you know? Yeah. But yeah. DCI Bank says it's super cool they finally found that there are feathers on T-Rex. We don't actually know if Tyrannosaurus itself had feathers, but we do know that some of its relatives did, for sure. I don't think it would have been so scary. I don't know about that. You know, just because you have feathers doesn't mean that you're not a profoundly fearsome animal. You know, imagine this creature coming after you. You know? It's like saying, well, you know, just because, well, grizzly bears, they've got fur, which means that they're not scary because they're soft, you know? I think a scarier grizzly bear would be one that has soft pink skin like a naked mole rat. It's like, no, sometimes big shaggy animals are like way scarier than they would be if they had naked skin, you know? Oh yeah, yeah. But yeah. Makes T-Rex look like a giant chick. Yeah. We don't know whether or not they had feathers like this. We do have a few patches of skin from Tyrannosaurus. But they're just little patches. It is such a big animal, I don't think it would have needed insulation quite like this, at least when it's full grown. But I do like the depiction from Prehistoric Planet. Where they do have feathers, but they're subtle. So it's kind of like the hair on an elephant. It's just a little wispy sort of thing like that. This makes a lot of sense to me. It's a big, huge animal in a warm climate. It wouldn't have needed feathers for insulation, at least not when it's full grown. Certainly not. So just having a little wisp of feathering like that, like the hair on an elephant, this seems plausible to me. Yeah. And Zeno Gordon says feathers can arguably make some animals way more terrifying. I agree. Yeah, who mentioned harpy eagles? There you go, Golganek, yes. So a huge voracious bird that literally plucks sloths off of trees and carries them off to their doom. It can crush a monkey's skull in its foot like that. Just incredible, you know? Yeah, and that's really neat, Subpar Empire. I didn't realize that. Prehistoric Kingdom does the ontogeny thing with T-Rex. It's super cool. Yeah, harpy eagles are... Oh, man. They are... What is this? So here's a monkey stealing an egg. I don't know if this is real. This might be deceptive editing here. This does not look... Yeah, that's not...
Ontogeny.
But... From Animal Fact Files again.
Majestic, powerful.
Or Animal Logic, sorry.
Absolutely terrifying. If you're an animal trying to survive in the rainforest, you better steer clear of this royal raptor.
Yep.
This is the
They'll eat
killer witch of the
sloths,
jungle,
monkeys,
the
anteaters. Frodo, there you go, Clairford, yeah.
Hi, my name is Aranya Iyer, and you're watching Animal Logic's World of Birds. The harpy eagle is a fierce raptor in the genus Harpyl. It's so unique, it's the only species in this genus.
pretty cool. Look at that. This is the last thing that some rainforest animals ever see, is this, you know? DCI Bank says foghorn leghorn is the scariest feathered creature. I might be inclined to agree. Yeah. He's like a senator now, isn't he? Or a governor somewhere in the deep south? Foghorn leghorn. Yeah, I think he's tied in with the military-industrial complex as well. Go Claire, yeah.
The crested eagle and the Papuan eagle are its closest relatives, but they don't have quite the same pizzazz or power as the harpy. The harpy eagle can be found in Central and South America, from Mexico to Argentina, but its range is fragmented, and harpies are very rare, even in Brazil, where they're most common. The harpy eagle likes to live in the upper canopy layers of tropical jungles, but when it's time to hunt, it will travel to open plains and less dense forests.
So, I'll give you a link to this video right here. Harpy eagles are incredibly cool. But there were once eagles that hunted and killed hominids, like human ancestors. The Tong child is a critter who, well, yeah, here, take a look. From PBS Eons here. Another PBS Eons video.
In 1924, a worker at a limestone quarry in the town of Tong, South Africa, made an incredible discovery. It was the fossilized skull of a juvenile hominin, a member of the human lineage that includes us and all of our ancestors that came after our split with chimpanzees and bonobos. That little skull became the type specimen for Australopithecus africanus, and it would become one of the most important fossils in the study of human evolution. Today, the specimen is known as the Tong child. Its discovery revolutionized our thinking about our past for a number of reasons. For one thing, at about 2.8 million years old, it was the first fossil evidence that our early human ancestors originated in Africa. But there was something else. The skull had been found among lots of bones from other, mostly small animals, and many of them had been badly damaged, as if the animals had been butchered.
Interesting.
So for decades, these fossils were read by experts as evidence that hominins like Australopithecus weren't fruit-eating apes. They were carnivorous hunters, so-called predatory ape men. It would be more than 80
Or maybe they were prey, actually.
years before scientists would realize that, in fact, the Tong site was not proof that Australopithecines were hunters. Instead, it was actually evidence that the hominins themselves were being hunted. No one noticed it at the time, but the skull of the Tong child bore the telltale marks of violent trauma. Puncture holes in the base of the eye sockets, a depressed fracture in the top of the skull, and scratches on the sides. These would eventually prove to be the hallmarks of a predator that no one suspected. But this child's skull is just one example of the evidence that not too long ago, our early human ancestors were under constant threat of attack from predators. And it turns out that this difficult chapter in our history may be responsible for the adaptations that allowed us to become so successful. We may be who we are today because of the time when we were prey.
So anyway, where's the part with the bird?
Of small animals. And there were also the remains of large eggshells in the area. So the team proposed that the Tong child, along with the other animals found with it, were in fact the victims of a large bird.
So, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I yearn for these times. You know, when human beings still knew respect. When we still had a healthy fear of being carried away by a giant shrieking bird, and that's the last anybody would ever see of you, you know? Like, sometimes I sorely wish that we as human beings still had to reckon with, you know, fearsome predators when we're walking down the street. You know, it would give people a degree of humility that I think a lot of folks would benefit from, you know? You know, imagine some smug senator walking down Capitol Hill, not paying attention to some wing shadows above, and then suddenly a giant ravenous bird swoops down and just carries them off over the horizon, you know? I feel like that would be good for us as a species. To just kind of put the fear of nature back into us, you know? But yeah. I'll share this video with you right here. Yeah, there you go. Then there you go, Ice Alan, yeah. Sometimes we get little hints of this, you know? There's a big dog that rushes you. You see a bear when you're out hiking. There's like a big shape that glides underneath the front of your kayak. Something like that. Like, I think that kind of... that momentary jolt of fear... I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's something that more people should experience on the regular. You know? Yeah. Anyhow, speaking of predators and how fearsome dinosaurian predators can be, Spicomellus is the animal that we're going to talk about right here. Excellent. Here we go. It's downloaded, and here is that thread. Let's get into it. So, why in the world would a dinosaur like this evolve such ridiculous armor? Shout out to Matt Dempsey for doing this art here. Very cool. Well, there were some pretty fearsome predators around at the time. So, James Ashway posted this to Blue Sky. Here is a link to that post right there if you want to take a look. It's finally here. Meet Spicomellus, one of the world's strangest dinosaurs. After being named in 2021, many questions remained about what this ankylosaur looked like. So, at first... this is basically all we had of this critter. Was this. And a few other scraps. So this is a rib with spikes sticking off of it like that, unlike seen in any other dinosaur before or since. And so what in the world did this creature look like? Here's some of those pieces there. Some speculative illustrations kind of put it like this. There were some people online who pointed out that these old-timey dinosaur models, like this guy here, I look at this as a paleontologist and I go, what in the world is that supposed to be? Scelidosaurus, maybe? It's terrible. What? But what's funny is that this dinosaur, like when it was first published back in 2021, and it had those weird spikes sticking off of the ribs, some people online said, well, shoot, it kind of vindicates this model right here. It's like, this was closer to reality than people realized, because this new critter, maybe it looked kind of like this, minus the really goofy head. So yeah. Many questions remain about what the rest of this ankylosaur looked like. But in 2023, that's James Ashway here, was part of an NHM content contingent, a Natural History Museum in London, who followed Susie Maidmont, right here, up into the Atlas Mountains of Morocco. This is their reconstruction of what the animal looks like, according to more material that they found. We may have already been high above sea level when we arrived at the site, near the Moroccan town of Boulaman, but there was still a fair walk ahead of us. While the scientists carried their excavation equipment, we lugged cameras and tripods so that we could document the dig. Very cool, and so we'll be looking at a video in a few minutes. That might have been recorded on site. We'll see here. The team made short work of the mountainside, digging down to where the first Spicomellus fossils had been found. While I was mainly interviewing and writing, I got the opportunity to get my hands dirty with a bit of shoveling and later plastering of fossils. Very cool. So I guess this guy is like a science communicator, science journalist? Let's see. Yeah. Science news with NHM London. Cool. What's really, really neat is they actually went to the site and did an excavation there. So, NHM has been doing a lot of work on Moroccan fossils. Some of the folks in Morocco have kind of mixed feelings about this. according to conversations I've had with them. But anyway, Morocco has a unfortunately thriving illegal fossil trade. There's a lot of Moroccan fossils that are on the black and gray market. And yeah, some researchers from other countries will purchase fossils from Morocco and publish on them. Sometimes those fossils turn out to be less than 100% authentic as well. So anytime you've got like a new critter being named from Morocco by non-Moroccan scientists, it's always cause for suspicion. But here it seems like the NHM kind of did things the right way. They actually sent a team back, went to the original site, and dug things up themselves rather than purchasing them from a black market dealer or something. So they're actually there in the ground digging things up. They know that these fossils are legit because they dug them up themselves, you know? So very cool. So it was already obvious that the fossils coming out of the ground were really unusual. Blade-like spikes, what we might call splates, like a spike plate. Spiked armor and a bizarre structure that turned out to be Spicomellus' collar. So the cervical ring, perhaps, like we see in ankylosaurs? As the scientists continued to dig, the content team went off on a side quest. We went off to see the firsthand how Morocco is changing as temperatures rise. While the UK might be suffering from droughts at the moment, it's nothing compared to the dried up lakes and forests under pressure that we saw on the trip. It wasn't all bad though, the macaques helped keep things light. So here's a Barbary macaque sitting in the shadow of a table on a rocky floor. Nice. Very cool. We then rejoined the dig in time to help tidy up the site and take the fossils to the USMBA in Fez. So that must be the local institution, the museum there in Morocco. Over the next couple of years, Susie, Richard Butler, Driss, and the rest of the team had their work cut out figuring out exactly what Spicomellus looked like, but they managed it. And there we go. There's a little diagram showing you where these different elements probably belong on the body there. What a bonkers creature. More than 2 years after getting involved in the project, it's great to see it out in the open. It was a privilege to be involved. We've got a mini documentary, a dinosaur directory entry, and plenty of articles coming out as part of a suite of content. Check it out. There is a link right there. And here is a link to this press piece right here. Very cool. Yeah. Fanny Cranny Manny says, will this new spiky dinosaur replace Triceratops in the classic T-Rex versus small armored dinosaur battle? They can't. No, they're from totally different times. So Tyrannosaurus is from the end of the Cretaceous period. This dinosaur is from, as I understand it, the Middle Jurassic. So there is more time separating this dinosaur from T-Rex than there is separating T-Rex from us. Here. I'll show you visually. So Tyrannosaurus lived in the Maastrichtian stage of the Upper Cretaceous period. So T-Rex is up here, 67, 66 million years ago. Spicomellus is from back in the Middle Jurassic. So let's say 163 million years ago. One 63 minus 66. Whoop, hang on. So there's 97 million years separating Spicomellus from T-Rex, give or take. T-Rex lived only 66 million years ago. So you and me and Twitch.tv are closer in time to T-Rex than T-Rex is to Spicomellus. So, if you were to do a drawing of these dinosaurs, it would be it would be less incorrect to draw T-Rex watching Twitch than to draw T-Rex fighting Spicomellus. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Dinosaurs have been around a long time. Absolutely, Anakin Gabriel. Holy cow. Yeah. So dinosaurs first evolved probably about here, like the Ladinian stage. The latest part of the Middle Triassic, possibly, about 240 million years ago. We don't have any dinosaur fossils from quite that old yet. The earliest ones we have are from the Carnian stage. But they surely had ancestors that went back at least to the Ladinian, I presume. So anyway, 240 is around the time that the first dinosaurs evolved. And then they survived until the end of the Cretaceous. They ruled the Earth through the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods until that asteroid hit 66 million years ago. And then we have the Age of Mammals here, which is very brief. We as human beings only show up during what? The last 200,000 years? So humans basically evolved during the Pleistocene. During the last million years of Earth history. Puts things into perspective, right? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Terminator Pig makes the point from the Triassic all the way to today. And it's true. Dinosaurs are still around today. We just call them birds. Birds are living dinosaurs. I love this image right here from Dave Evans' lab. Here's a kind of illustration of dinosaur diversity. We had dinosaurs larger than whales. We had dinosaurs... Well, here. The very largest dinosaurs, critters like Patagotitan, were bigger than the biggest whales. At least longer. I would argue heavier, too. These animals actually have weight. They live on land, unlike neutrally buoyant creatures in the water. So from this size down to... down to critters just this big. The smallest dinosaur that's ever lived, as far as we know, is the bee hummingbird, Melissuga helenae. So from a critter the size of your thumb to a critter bigger than a whale, there's an incredible diversity of dinosaurs. It's pretty astonishing, you know? Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. When I bring a cabbage to my goose, I'm always proud to have my own raptor pack. There you go, Trooper. Yeah. Yeah. And Tiger's Free Spirit. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. They're around because of their capacity to adapt, which means we as humans are doomed. Well, I don't know. Humans are remarkably adaptable too, but we also have a tendency to shoot ourselves in the foot. Or the head, metaphorically speaking. And sometimes literally speaking. Yeah, I'm not convinced people are going to be around for very much longer if we keep behaving in the way that we have been as a species. Dinosaurs will outlive us, I think. There will be species of bird that survive and thrive long after humans are extinct. But yeah. But yeah. And and we'll be talking about that Lup Loopers. Great question. Thank you for reposting it, Claire. We'll get back to Ankylosaurus in a minute. Terminator Pig says, do you think birds survived because they could fly? No. That's the thing, is that it's an oversimplification to say that dinosaurs went extinct and birds survived. It's an oversimplification because birds are a kind of dinosaur. And sure, birds survived the end Cretaceous extinction event. But barely. Most bird species died out. Something like 90+% of bird species died out at the end of the Cretaceous period. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs died out, but about 94% of bird species also got wiped out. Birds almost went completely extinct. Mammals also almost went completely extinct. It's something like 90% of mammal species also died out. This paper hasn't been published yet. I'm really eager for it to finally go through peer review and get published. I'm still waiting on that. But this is a figure from an upcoming paper. So yeah. Yeah. And Anakin Gabriel says mostly size. No, they needed less food. There's a number of different factors that probably allowed critters to survive the KPG extinctions. PBS Eons has a video about this too. I'll show you a little clip.
Eating. One of these
All right. When birds had teeth. Here we go.
The worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests.
This is the end of the Cretaceous period.
Into the atmosphere, probably blocking much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors.
There you go.
Including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place.
So opposite birds is they're talking about enantiornithine birds here, and they tend to be slightly larger birds. Many of them have teeth and stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, opposite birds are enantiornithine birds. That enantiornithes, you know, birds like this or this. Yeah, still recognizable as birds, but they're a group that's now extinct. They did not make it through the KPG extinction.
In the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires.
And whoever was editing this together kind of goofed up because these birds, the Hesperornithine birds, go extinct as far as I know. So they're using this as an example of a survivor, but these guys did not survive. They went extinct.
So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivor's combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating.
So the ancestors of the paleonath birds and the neonath birds, they survived, but everybody else died. So, yeah, birds almost went completely extinct. I want to make that very clear. So, yeah, anyway. The Blob says, I love evolution because I'll be looking at paleo art and I'll be like, oh, that looks like a goose. And it turns out to not even be remotely related to geese. It happens again and again. That's the power of convergent evolution. Sometimes you see a critter and you're like, oh yeah, that's that thing. You know? Yeah. So that is the funny thing where, like, sometimes you see an illustration of something and you're like, oh, I know that thing. And it turns out it's not that at all. It's just a creature that looks very similar. That's, convergent evolution, baby. This idea that unrelated animals can develop similar morphologies because they're kind of occupying a similar ecological space. They're doing a similar job. So they evolved to look similar in some respects, even though they have completely different ancestries. So, here we go. Sharks, ichthyosaurs, dolphins, and penguins. They all hunt in the water. They've got this fusiform body shape with flippers or fins. They all come from different ancestors. Sharks evolved from earlier cartilaginous vertebrates. Ichthyosaurs evolved from land-living reptiles. Mammals, dolphins evolved from wolf-like hoofed mammals back at the beginning of the Paleogene period. Penguins are birds. They evolved from land-living or flighted birds, who in turn evolved from dinosaurs. But they've all developed a similar kind of body shape because they're all doing a similar job. It's kind of incredible that, like, these evolutionary pressures kind of mold and shape different lineages of animals into similar body plans. It's really, really cool how that works. And this happens again and again and again in different groups. Like, here, what do you think this animal looks like here, chat? What does that look like? What do you think? A turtle? A waffle, says Figment Pudding. Pancakes? Horseshoe crab turtle. Yeah. Gregory says, I'd say turtle, but it's a trick. I just know it. Well. You would be correct there. This is Henodus, which is a kind of placodont reptile. It is not a turtle. It lived before the first turtles evolved. There's Henodus right there. It's an distinct placodont reptile from the late Triassic. It evolved around the same time as the first dinosaurs. Placodonts are also critters like Placotus and their relatives. Some of them evolve a very turtle-like body shape, but they are not turtles. They're a completely separate branch on the tree of life. These guys are not related to turtles. They're not part of the turtle lineage. So yeah, we see this again and again and again in the history of life on Earth. Different creatures evolving extraordinarily similar body plans to other creatures despite not being related. Phytosaurs are another beautiful example from the Triassic. This animal might look like a crocodile. It is not a crocodile. These animals lived before the first crocodiles, but they had a very similar kind of niche. So they're doing a similar job, so they evolve a very similar body plan. Some of these guys were probably eating some of the first dinosaurs, catching them off the banks of rivers and stuff like that when they're really big, but many of these guys would have been fish-eating specialists. And their skulls are remarkably similar to those of gharials and other crocodilians like that. I think this is Tomastoma right here, the false gharial, which despite its name is a true gharial. But yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Murph says crocodiles look like phytosaurs. Exactly. Phytosaurs were first. It's not like phytosaurs look like crocodiles. These guys are the OG. They're the original. Phytosaurs like this, they happened upon this body plan first. Crocs came after. So yeah. Pretty neat. Or Tuatara and lizards. There you go, Kennedy. Yeah. Yeah. So Tuatara here are not lizards. These guys evolved before the first lizards did. So if anything, lizards are Tuatara-like in some ways. It's really cool to think about, you know? Yeah. Chris T asks if you need the tools to survive a niche, you develop them regardless of species. I guess, yeah. Yeah, that's how evolution works. You know? Think about it this way. Like, you have to play the cards that you're dealt. So, like, creatures evolve from other creatures over time. Everybody's got an ancestor. And you've got, like, a starting point. And sometimes you take that starting point and you run with it in interesting ways. And, like with phytosaurs, for instance. I was talking with Jeff Martz about this back when we were in St. George. Phytosaurs have their nostrils up there. At least the derived ones do, up by their eyes. The external nostrils are right there. So I asked him, what is it about phytosaurs where they developed retracted nares like this, nostrils back near the eyes, but crocs never did? And he's like, it's probably has something to do with development. The ancestors of phytosaurs probably had nostrils that were already semi-retracted or something like that. They kind of had a head start, and crocs developed from ancestors who... they didn't have that. And it just... that was never like a path for them to be able to retract their nares, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Got another one of our landlords here. Hello, Mini Pie. He's collecting rent right now. Yeah. So, very different species entirely will look very similar, if not the same. Makes great sense. Good, Christias. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. This is a theme that we see again and again and again in the history of life. Convergent evolution it's pretty darn cool. But we can even have this in very closely related species, too. So, here, let's take a look at this from Nature's Compendium first. They do excellent work. Is this the one that I'm thinking of? Oh no, I'm thinking of the other one. Shoot, what was it called? Anyway, ichthyosaurs and dolphins are a good example of convergent evolution. But here we go. You can get it in closely related species, too.
The islands in the Greater Antilles, the big islands in the Caribbean, there are different species of anolis lizards. There's a long-legged lizard that lives near the ground and runs around a lot. There's a short-legged lizard that creeps really slowly on the twigs. There's a green lizard up in the trees with big toe pads. And there's another lizard in the grass with long tails. The species that use twigs...
So each of these different lizards that he mentioned, some of them have long legs, some have short legs, some are green, some are brown. They're developed for different lifestyles. Sometimes these guys are all each other's closest relatives, as he'll explain.
Lizard that creeps really slowly on the twigs. There's a green lizard up in the trees with big toe pads. And there's another lizard in the grass with long tails. The species that use twigs on the different islands, they look very similar. And if you first saw them, you might say, well, maybe they're the same species, or if not that, they must be closely related. What our data show, in fact, is that they're not closely related. The species that lives on twigs in Puerto Rico is not closely related to the species that lives on twigs in Jamaica, or the one on Cuba, or the one on Hispaniola. And the species high in the trees with the big toe pads, the one on Jamaica, is not closely related to the one on the other islands. So in fact, what we found is a phenomenon of convergent evolution. Species that live in the same environment, that experience the same natural selection pressures, evolve the same anatomical structures so that they look alike. So that the species that uses twigs on any of the islands has evolved in the same way to adapt to using those surfaces.
Pretty cool. Hang on just a minute. All right. Sorry, I just had to grab something off of the 3D printer right here real quick. Our leatherback turtle right proximal paddle is now finished. And the printer's going to be heating up and then printing another file here. But yeah. So does that make sense? Sometimes different critters will evolve to look similar because they're doing a similar job. They've got similar evolutionary pressures shaping their morphology into similar morphologies. Starmy wanted to know, do humans have convergent traits with other or older animals? We do, in some cases, yeah. And Lone Blonde Wolf, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. The one that immediately springs to mind for me is color vision. So, most mammals, mammals are, creatures that feed their young with milk. They usually give birth to live young. Monotremes are the exception. Mammals are everything from whales to bats, to squirrels, to elephants, to people. Mammals of the world. There you go. Most mammals see in black and white, or close to it. They don't have good color vision at all. They've got more rod cells than cone cells in their eyes. This may actually stem from them living in the shadow of the dinosaurs for over 100 million years. Mostly coming out at night or living underground. Color vision wasn't important, night vision was. That's why most mammals today tend to be brown or gray or grayish brown. Or brownish gray. They're not particularly colorful animals. Because they can't see in color. But there's a few mammal species that can see in color. A lot of primates can. So primates have re-evolved color vision. Because a lot of them feed on fruit, stuff like that. So being able to see in color is like a huge adaptive advantage to them. It helps them get more nutrients. So yeah. We as human beings have re-evolved color vision. Primates have in general. We can jump to primates on our tree of life here. There we go. Yeah. Anyhow. And yeah, there you go, the Raven. That's a really good good example. So tigers look pretty bright and obvious to us, but to their mammalian prey, to deer and to the other animals that tigers hunt, they don't see orange. They don't have color vision. So the tiger just blends in with the grass and stuff. The stripes on the tiger help break up its silhouette. They're not seeing a bright orange tiger. Yeah. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night. That's what we as humans see. But to an animal that can't see in color, those stripes help break up the silhouette. It's camouflage for these animals. Yeah. But primates, we re-evolved color vision in order to be able to find fruit and stuff like that to eat. There's a number of other mammals that have also re-evolved color vision. There's not very many, but there's a few. So the, there we go, the Indian giant purple squirrel. These guys, as I understand it, I've heard this said before, but I've never actually seen it in the literature. They have also evolved color vision, too. Their ancestors were basically colorblind, but these guys primarily eat fruit, and so they've re-evolved color vision. And as a result, they have a more colorful coat than any other squirrel as well, because they can show off to one another. Their eyes can pick up color, and so it behooves them to evolve a more colorful pelt like that. Isn't that neat? Yeah. So again, this is the Indian giant squirrel. It is diurnal, which means it lives during the day. It lives during the day. It's awake during the day. And it's mainly herbivorous. Yeah. So I think they do feed primarily on fruit, right? I don't know if it's actually been published yet. It would be really cool just to publish a quick little paper being like, hey, these guys can see in color. Because I bet you they can. I know I've read it before somewhere, but it was like a personal observation thing rather than like something that's been studied in a laboratory, you know? Yeah. But that would be a really neat little paper. In fact, I want to write that down real quick. Paper idea. There we go. So anywho, that would be a thing that humans and squirrels, the Indian giant squirrel, evolved independently. Primates and Indian giant squirrels have both re-evolved color vision. That's convergent evolution. we might not look the same, but we've got a similar thing going on, a similar trait that we've evolved. Does that make sense? So yeah. And Rushwing says, so it's a fair assumption that fruit eater equals color vision? Not always, no. There's a lot of animals that do eat fruit, but they primarily perceive that through smell. A lot of mammals do that. But yeah. Maybe don't publish. They'll get the squirrels to go camo and use them for military purposes. Oh no, Pumpkin the Cat. That might be a good way to get funding, though. You know? Gentlemen, I'm recommending we militarize this product immediately. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, military squirrels. I mean, stranger things have happened, you know? Anyway, let's check on our 3D printer right now. I'm actually going to up the bed temperature on this because we had an issue earlier with one of the prints. Here, let me go look. I didn't put a brim on this particular file, and so I've got to up the bed temperature just to make sure that this narrow piece actually sticks to the print bed and doesn't fall over. Because if it does, the print will fail, obviously. This is the end of our right foreflipper on our leatherback turtle. So let's go ahead and let's do a little test fit. Let's put this piece onto our model here. Okay. There we are. We've got one piece here. Two pieces. Three pieces. Here is our neck and our head of our leatherback turtle. And then here, so this piece goes on this side with the proximal part of our flipper. Excellent. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, it's starting to come together. Man, once I'm done with this, I hope I don't really badly want to print a full-size one. But I might. Shoot, I might be too tempted. Maybe I could end up delivering that to a museum as well. But yeah, there we go. Look at that right there. Leatherback turtle print. We are well on our way. I'd say nearly halfway. Very cool. Very excited. This is, oh man, it's gonna be cool. So I'm printing this at about 1/2 or maybe 1/3 size, so that we can have it on our wall in the background, and it won't be too big for the frame or too big to fit in my office. But maybe we'll have to do a full-size one too. I don't know. Yeah, this is the turtle during the lost years. There you go, HD. Yeah, yes indeed. Yeah, yesterday we started a great big leatherback turtle stream arc, you could say. Here we go. Yeah. Yesterday's stream, we were announcing this big project where we're trying to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation and outreach and education. and research. And did I say conservation? I forget the beginning of that list now. We're getting involved with leatherback turtle conservation and research through outreach. So I'm very excited about that. And yeah, we'll be doing some more leatherback turtle streams in the near future. You said conservation. Thank you, Pumpkin. Okay. Yeah. Because our house isn't as big as the ocean. It's true, Lordy. Yeah. You're going to have to find a buyer if you want to make a full-size one. Okay, Lordy. Fair. We'll see. Maybe we'll raffle it off to a lucky viewer. And then we'll spend $700 shipping it to them. Or $15,000 if they happen to live in Europe or Australia or something. Oh boy. Anyhow, yeah. Let's go set this aside, and we'll get back into Spicomellus here, our weirdo ankylosaur from Morocco. And our new piece is printed up. Excellent. Good stuff. Anyhow. Stuff's falling down over there. Okay. Spicomellus. There we go. Bizarre! Armored dinosaur Spicomellus after rewrites Ankylosaur evolution. So this is a piece written by that guy who had that Blue Sky series of posts there. Good stuff. Before we get to that, though, let's take a look at a little YouTube video about this critter. But first, Drakean279's got a question. What's the biggest dinosaur you've ever found on a dig? Biggest dinosaur I have ever found, personally. Most of the dinosaurs that I've dug up have not been ones that I found. They've been ones that other crew members have found. But the biggest dinosaur I've ever personally found... maybe that T-Rex I found that time? We didn't dig it up. It wasn't worth digging up. I found a femur of a Tyrannosaurus, and it was like 4 feet long, something like that. So it probably would have been from an animal 30, 40 feet long. So like 10, 13 meters, something like that. But it was just a thigh bone. I dug around for a little bit and didn't find any other pieces of it, so it wasn't really worth our time to excavate. But, yeah. Hamster Rain says you found a T-Rex? Yeah. They're not rare. It's like the 3rd most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. There. By the numbers here, Tyrannosaurus is, in some cases, I guess in the lower Hell Creek, maybe upper Hell Creek, the 2nd most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation, after Triceratops. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Upper Hell Creek, Triceratops out the wazoo. Lag deposit at the base of the apex sandstone, it's the 2nd most common. Tyrannosaurus is also 2nd most common in the lower Hell Creek there. Yeah. So yeah, it's not a rare animal, you know? Tyrannosaurus, there's more specimens of T-Rex than most other dinosaurs. I would say nearly every other dinosaur. But let's say we've got 1,000 different dinosaur genera that have been named. Or 1,000 dinosaur species. Tyrannosaurus has got to be in the top 10%, I would say, for number of specimens that have been excavated. Yeah. Not more than Coelophysis, definitely not Deathsaurus, no. No, but Coelophysis would be in like the top 1% probably. But anyhow, yeah. HD says not worth digging up. It was just a femur. It's like we can't really do anything with that. We had a rule when I worked with Museum of the Rockies, which was 3 bones is a site. If you find 1 bone, it's not really worth turning that into a site and excavating it, especially if it's like a big bone that's going to take a while to excavate. If it's something you can pluck off of the surface and put into a collecting bag and write some field notes and take it back to the museum, then great, you know? But if you're going to be spending time at a site digging around for more than a few hours, you need to make sure you have at least 3 bones, at a minimum. So finding 1 Tyrannosaurus femur like that in the Hell Creek, like I did back in 2015, I dug around for the better part of an afternoon, probably longer than I should have, honestly, and didn't find anything else. So we just left it there, you know? It's not worth collecting. It wasn't worth our time. With the small budget and the small crew that we had, there were other specimens that would have been far more important, more worth our time, more worth our resources. So yeah. And a femur is good though. I mean, if it's by itself, it doesn't really tell you anything. If you find a femur alongside like an arm or something, that would be incredible. Because that way you could, well, the arm is really, really rare. You might be able to tell something about the evolution of T-Rex arms throughout the Hell Creek Formation over the million years plus of the Hell Creek. We've got a vague idea that Tyrannosaurus arms shrank as you go up in time, closer to the present. But if it's just a femur, I guess you could cut it open and say, well, this femur belonged to an animal that was this many years old at death. But I don't know. We had a Triceratops that we were also excavating at the time, one that I found actually. And that one is now on display at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. There we go. I'll find that for you. I did a tour here with the curator, my old mentor, Denver Fowler.
Yoshi's Trike, and then there's some stuff at the Burke Museum, but apart from that,
yeah, we'll go see Count Trike a little later too.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, I'm excited. But
That's
this is
a dinosaur that
it's a
I
really
found.
Cool display. I love that this is like the first thing that you run up against when you walk into the museum too. It makes me really.
There we go.
How big this is for occipital condyles. That big ol' occipital condyle.
So yeah, here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Really nice pink color. Almost looks like strawberry milkshake or something. It's making me a little bit hungry. The issue.
I'm always happy to.
And it cut out here. The Starlink is not the most reliable.
Top of the hill.
There we go.
Bits of Triceratops.
That's lousy that we missed that part of it because Denver was describing how I found this in the first place. But this is the back of a Triceratops frill right here. So if we're talking about Triceratops right here, they've got these horns and this big bony frill on their head like that. And so what you're looking at is the back of the frill right here. So it's like you're standing here and you're looking at the back of it. That's what you're seeing right there.
Spilling down.
Spilling down the hill, piece of a frill.
Yeah.
And actually, that's what this is here. This is the old cliff edge.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked quite promising. There's a decent chunk of frill there. So we dug in and we uncovered the rest of the frill.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went towards where the nose should be, and there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And this was all rock. Like there should have been a face, but the face was missing. Which is kind of interesting.
We're probably 100 years too late or something like that. But yeah. So what you're looking at is the back of a Triceratops frill right now.
Yeah.
So the neck would be coming off of here, and then the horns would be going straight down like that. So this is the back side of the frill. And check out that big old occipital condyle right there. Yeah, if you need to go put that in your office or something, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll just go check this in the lab.
Yeah. So take a look at this. This is the connection between the cervical vertebrae and the skull. It's like a big old...
So anyway, this is a dinosaur that, when I found that T-Rex skull, I think it was a couple days after I found this site. And so I think Denver and a few other people were already working at this site at the time. And I went out prospecting, found that Rex femur. Didn't really turn into anything, and so I returned here so we could dig this thing up. And it should be pretty important. Yeah.
Specimen's got some cracks and things like that. It doesn't look as glorious as many of the frills you've seen, but it's got some features that are actually really, really important. They're unique. First feature is missing a face.
Yeah.
How? Well, we don't really know, but it does have some tooth marks.
Ooh, I haven't seen these yet.
So my point is, this is far more interesting and scientifically important than a T-Rex thigh bone, you know? A Triceratops frill like this can tell us a little bit about the evolution of Triceratops over time. This particular one can tell us a story about how this animal was chomped on by a T-Rex because it's got these bite marks.
Again, I collected this. I helped collect this after I found it in 2015 and 2016. And then this is like my first time actually seeing the specimen up close is this week, this visit.
So that's a tooth mark just here.
Nice.
It's not terribly easy to see unless you get the light reflected correctly. But there was also a tyrannosaur tooth found in this spot. Not when we were digging it up, but when Destiny was doing the prep.
Yeah.
So she cleaned some of this. She cleaned like this area, and I did the top bit here.
Nice.
So we have got a bunch of these pieces, and we've also.
And Terminator Pig says, would it be worthwhile for a collector to go get the femur to preserve rather than let it be destroyed? I guess. I don't know. That's the thing, is that you got to pick your battles in paleontology. Like, you got to pick which things you want to actually collect. If you collected every single dinosaur bone that you found, you'd end up with a ton of junk cluttering up your collections. Like, a Tyrannosaur femur like that, you find them all over like, they're not super rare. And it's a big bone, and it would take a long time to collect. We deemed it was not worthy of collecting. It would have been a waste of time. And it's like, that sucker would have been over a meter long. It would take up a whole shelf in collections. You could have 100 other specimens that are much smaller and more scientifically important in that same space. So in a perfect world where we had an enormous warehouse-sized museum, if we had a huge warehouse like at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, sure, we could collect that. If we had an unlimited budget, great, but we were not dealing with that kind of thing. Very limited time, limited budget, limited space. So we were focusing on the things that were actually important instead.
Also got some brow horns, but they're all broken up. So we 3D scanned this side. We did a photochrometric model, mirrored it, and then printed it out in sections.
So this part right here is 3D printed on this side just to help fill it out.
Super well painted.
To help fill it out, but it also helps you to see where the midline is. You
Yeah.
can see this little saddle here, and sort of line that up. That's basically this little saddle here as well. That's basically the midline there. And what makes this specimen important is that it has a shallow depression here.
Yes.
This is quite a large specimen, but it's not adult by any stretch of the imagination. The epis on the frill, the spikes, they are not fused, and they're a little bit pointy.
So what we're talking about here are the episquamosals and epiparietals, the epis, like Denver said. So these, like on this Triceratops model, are this fringe of spikes around the perimeter of the frill. When these animals are young, they're really pointy. They look like Doritos sticking out of the end. And then as the animal grows and matures, those spikes actually flatten on and they fuse onto the margin of the parietal and squamosal. And they can do it in like weird ways where sometimes they look squashed, sometimes one side is fused and the other side isn't fused yet. Like, it's interesting, and that it may have actually evolved to be like that in order to help these animals to recognize other individuals in their herd or whatever. We don't really know why that evolved that way, but they're highly variable. It's not like a uniform thing where like, yep, at this exact moment they're all fused on, they all look exactly like that. It's far more random than that, honestly. It does happen where as the animal matures, those epis flatten out and they fuse onto the edge of the frill, but the way that they do that can vary a lot.
And they're just starting to fuse on the top, but they're not fused there either. So this is a subadult, it's not fully grown, and it's got a very wide parietal. Now, you probably heard the whole Triceratops and Torosaurus synonymy debate. And I think there's a very good case that Torosaurus and Triceratops are the same lineage. I'm working a bit on reviewing and revising those hypotheses. I think that there's a stratigraphic signal, a signal in time, which has not really been entertained. I talked about this a little bit, and if you read my strat chart paper, you'll see what I think. But this specimen is important because this specimen is from the bottom of the Middle Hell Creek. It's probably a Triceratops horridus, and it's got a shallow depression here where the fenestrae would form in Torosaurus. Now, people would say, actually, the fenestrae in Torosaurus form in the middle of the parietal. But what happens is, we think, is that this part of the parietal grows. It expands. Well, it doesn't expand. It accretes bone on the edge. So what would be a fenestra that's close to the edge in a young animal would then become more centrally placed in an older animal. And what's important about this is people have suggested that these ridges and depressions in the frill in Triceratops are where there are muscle attachments. But this specimen actually has blood grooves going through the surface of this bone, which shows that it's just a regular part of frill, that it's not part of the muscle attachment. The muscle attachments is all here. So I would say that is a good case for what an incipient fenestra might look like.
I'm so proud of this, because I found that.
I don't want to get too much into Tritoro stuff.
Sure, yeah.
But the fenestrae are not a defining characteristic because they're primitive. So there are a number of reasons why we shouldn't be thinking of Torosaurus as being a real taxon, because it's not actually very easily definable. People will tell you it is, but it's not. And these...
Which is funny, because you look in older papers and everybody's like, yeah, we don't... What is Torosaurus? Like, shoot, we don't... Anyhow. My point in showing you this is that that T-Rex femur that I found, not very scientifically useful. It wasn't worth collecting for us. This is where the real scientific interest is. I know everybody loves T-Rex. Oh, T-Rex, T-Rex. But to a researcher, somebody who actually wants to do work on these animals, this specimen here is far more important, far more interesting, far more scientifically informative. So we made the right call there. Not collecting the T-Rex femur, collecting this instead. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. And the skull is generally the most informative fossil. Like, if you're going to collect any region of a skeleton, the skull is generally the one that gives you the most information. And there's a number of reasons for that. Especially in dinosaurs, the skull evolves the fastest. So there's the most variation stratigraphically in skulls. The skull houses all of the, or most of the sense organs. You've got the eyes in there. You've got the mouth, you've got the teeth. You've got the brain in the skull too, and with a really well-preserved skull, you can actually figure out what the shape of the brain was, like we have for this Tyrannosaurus brain right here. You can develop what we call an endocast. So it's a cast of the interior of the brain case, and if you have this, you can glean a tremendous amount of information about the animal's biology. What its senses were like, the angle at which it held its head. If you look at stuff like the semicircular canal right here, you can get a sense for, you know, here is the angle of the animal's head in life. Like, this is where it would be comfortable, where it would be balanced, that kind of thing. all kinds of stuff like that. The skull is by far the most informative part of a dinosaur skeleton. And I think it's true of most animals that have bones. The skull is the part that you want to have. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Colby Jack Cheese. No, Tyrannosaurus does not have a Stegosaurus brain. It has a Tyrannosaurus brain, because it is Tyrannosaurus. Here's a link to this file that you can look at. You can even 3D print it if you want. But that's a Tyrannosaurus endocast right there. So this is the animal's brain. Right here's the cerebral hemisphere. We've got the olfactory bulbs of the brain responsible for smelling. In this animal, they are gargantuan. It shows us this critter had a bonkers sense of smell. Yeah. And this brain is fairly large, you know? It's longer than my brain is. It's not as... doesn't have as much mass as my brain. But, you know, it's like this big. It's not a small brain. It's not. But yeah. Yeah. And Colby Jack Cheese... No, the dinosaur that we're talking about, which we'll get back into in a minute, Spicomellus, is not Stegosaurus. It's not closely related to Stegosaurus either. So Stegosaurus is a kind of stegosaur. There's a whole family of dinosaurs. Stegosaurus and its relatives look like this. They generally have short forelimbs, long hind limbs, they've got spikes on the end of the tail, and they either have spikes or dorsal plates running down the sagittal plane on their back. So there's a whole bunch of different kinds of stegosaur from around the world. From North America, from Asia, from Europe, from Africa. Yeah, stegosaurs are really cool animals. But our new guy is not a close relative of these guys. Our new guy is an ankylosaur. So Ankylosauria, this is a big group of dinosaurs that also have armor, kind of like the stegosaurs, but they don't have big dorsal plates that stick up vertically. No, that's a terrible one. This is much better. There we go. Here's Ankylosaurus magniventris from the very end of the Cretaceous. These guys, they're a little bit less showy, and they're more about... I don't know. If these guys are like, speak softly and carry a big stick, stegosaurs are more like, hey everybody, look at me, I'll mess you up. They're much more obnoxious, I guess. They're much more showy. Ankylosaurs, on the other hand, these guys, they're less talk, more armor plated. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Really cool animals. And RB42 says being dumb and having a thagomizer might have been an alright life. I mean, it certainly was for the stegosaurs. Sure, they don't have particularly large brains. Their brains are famously pretty small. This is a group of dinosaurs that was pretty successful. They lived on at least 4 different continents. They survived for tens of millions of years. They're fairly diverse. If you want more information on stegosaurs, if you want to get the skinny on this group, here is a talk by Susanna Maidmont, who is one of the authors of this new paper we're going to be looking at in a minute. Here we go.
They're a really iconic group of dinosaurs. I mean, every 7-year-old in the world knows what Stegosaurus is.
She's one of the world experts on stegosaurs.
Actually, perhaps unexpectedly, there are a whole range of different stegosaurs out there. So they are known from all around the world, from all the places where they've been found are shown in by these red dots. So they're known from across Europe. There's a couple of species from the UK, across Spain and Portugal, in France. They've also been found in China. There's a few
Mongolia
I'm
too.
going to talk about one of those in a bit more detail later on. And also in North America. And there is probably a stegosaur from Argentina as well.
We're still not totally sure about that guy. Yeah.
And they are most closely related to ankylosaurs. I don't know whether you can see my cursor when I'm screen sharing.
Oh,
but,
why did she pick
middle
that one? That's a
dinosaur
lousy
here is an
ankylosaur.
ankylosaur.
Ugh.
These are kind of small armored tank-like animals.
Anyway, this is Susie Maidmont. So she is, I think, maybe lead author on the paper we're about to look at. And she's also going to be in the field with me in a few weeks when I'm out there in Utah next month. Susie is going to be visiting with some students because we've got a site where we're going to be digging up some armored dinosaurs. We're going to be digging up some Gastonia, which, let me grab a Gastonia model to show you. So we're going to be digging up a bone bed of an animal a lot like this. This is Gastonia right here. This is Gastonia burgii. Our species is Gastonia lori mcquinnii, which is like this, but the spikes are even longer. Yeah. Gastonia. So this is a dinosaur that lived alongside Utah raptor. At least Gastonia burgii did. And if you've seen the new Walking with Dinosaurs, you've seen this. There we go. And Jim, thank you for sending me the PDF. I'm super eager to hear what you have to say about this. Paleo Jim right there in the chat is Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist for the state of Utah. He discovered and named Gastonia here. Jim Filippo Bertozzo and another colleague already sent me the paper, so thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. We'll be looking at it in a little bit. Yeah, Gastonia gang. Uh-oh, but here comes Utah Raptor. Anywho, so Gastonia is a member of the Polycanthidae. It's an ankylosaur from the Cretaceous period. And up until this point, it's been one of the earliest ankylosaurs. Earlier ones do come from the Jurassic. We have things like Mimorapelta and Gargoylosaurus. And we've got that new one from China as well. Now we have an even earlier ankylosaur from Morocco in North Africa, which is really exciting. Let's go ahead and take a look at that video here. Put together from the with the press package from the Natural History Museum in London. Here we go.
I think this is going to be an incredibly...
So the title is New Dinosaur is Unlike Anything We've Ever Found. Unique Armored Dinosaur Discovered in Morocco.
I think this is going to be an incredibly significant discovery.
This is an animal unlike any other living or extinct.
Spicomellus, I think, is going to be one of the strangest dinosaurs that we've ever discovered.
We're here in the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco to try to find more of some really exciting dinosaurs that we first discovered a couple of years ago. We have this specimen at the museum called Spicomellus, and we described it as the world's oldest ankylosaur and the first ankylosaur from Africa.
Just bonkers. This seems to be a rib. At least that's how it was originally described. A rib with spikes sticking out of it. Unique in a dinosaur. Bizarre.
It had a really, really, really odd morphology. It had ribs in which the armor was actually fused to a rib, and this is very, very strange. So in most of our armored dinosaurs, we have spikes and plates and armor that just is sort of embedded in the skin and isn't attached to the bones of the body. But this animal has armor attached to its body, and that's totally weird. We don't see that in any animal living or extinct. I was able to trace the fossils back to this site here. I got in touch with a colleague who works in France, who's a Moroccan, and this person pointed me towards Professor Driss Ouache, who is an expert in the sedimentology of the rock. So that means he has spent his career studying the environments in which these dinosaurs are living in.
Very cool.
En 2018, اتصلت بي سوزانا.
So he says, in 2018, Susanna reached out to me by email.
par email parce que
because the museum had some dinosaur bones
des ossements de dinosauriens en provenance du
coming from the Middle
Moyen
Atlas of Morocco.
بحكم أنني أنا
Because I am close to the Middle Atlas Mountains, they called me. And I went with them to the field to show them the facies on the continental Jurassic, where this dinosaur used to live.
I've been collaborating with Driss here in Morocco in the University Sidi Mohammed Ben Abdallah for about 5 years now, working on the rocks here, working on some of the specimens that we bought commercially. This is my second trip out here to try to understand more about the bones, actually try and find some fossils ourselves. The first thing we need to do is to remove all the rocks. And of course, you know, when we're far above where we know the bone layer is, we can go pretty hard with pickaxes. So we did that for a couple of days. And all the
this is what's called doing overburden. So this is removing the rock from above the bone layer. You've got to, in order to get down to where the bones are, given that these things are deposited horizontally in a layer, if you know where that layer is, that means you got to get rid of everything above that in order to be able to dig into the bone layer itself. Because when you're digging, you don't want to go in from the side, you want to go down from the top. So like what you call a planned excavation. So like you're digging down from the top down. But in order to do that, you've got to remove all the rock from the top first. Overburden.
We ordered pickaxes and removed about 2.5 meters of sediment that they got through in 2 days. Now what we're doing is we're going much more slowly because we're getting close to the bones. And in fact, we found a bone this morning. So we know we're at the right level. This is an animal that is covered in armor. So its back has all these spikes on it. So, you know, if you show me a fallen bone, I know where the fallen bone goes on the body, but you show me a great big long spike and I really don't have any idea where that bone fits. So what we're trying to do is figure out exactly how those bones fit together. And this is really, really important because we're trying to understand an animal that, frankly, we have kind of no frame of reference for understanding at all.
And so here's the thing, is that other experts on ankylosaur dinosaurs, other people who study these cool armored dinosaurs like this, they might look at this paper. People like Jim might look at this paper and go, I'm not sure that spike actually goes there. I think it's on a different part of the body. I haven't looked at the paper yet. I have it. Thank you to everybody who sent it to me. But it's going to be cool to see that because some of these things require interpretation. And if you've been studying this group of dinosaurs for decades, you know, you might accrue a lot of knowledge about, well, if it's this shape of spike, it's probably on this part of the body because we know that from this specimen and that specimen who were preserved articulated, that kind of thing. So I'm sure this is not going to be the end of this dinosaur story. There will continue to be controversy about this critter, but I'm excited to read this paper. I'm really excited to see what these authors are saying about it. And Jim says the fused tail chunk is a pathology. Some of the reconstruction is speculative. Other aspects are undeniable. Very cool, Jim. I haven't read the paper yet. Are they saying that the fused tail chunk is a part of the animal's morphology rather than an injury? Because that would be interesting.
An animal unlike any other living or extinct. And so what we hope to find is that parts of the animal are in the right place, lying out like it died. That's pretty rare in the fossil record. We almost never get that, but you never know. So that's what we hope that we can find. Now, the thing is that many of these bones in this environment, you can see behind me here that the quarry's actually it's in a channel, a river channel, and flash floods come down here. And so what...
They say it suggests a tail weapon. Interesting, Jim. Interesting.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Deb Pudster, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here.
Mohammed, our colleague who's been working here, has done is every time a flood has come through, he's actually been removing the specimens before they get washed away. That's great because we've still got them. But the problem is we don't know where they fit. So we're hoping that we'll have those fantastic specimens that Mohammed's found, but we'll also have more information from what we're doing as well.
I'm Richard Butler. I'm a professor of paleobiology at the University of Birmingham, and we're part of this collaboration.
And hang on, is Richard Butler going to be out there with us too in Utah? Let's see. Colleagues from the University of Birmingham. Huh. I think Susie's going to be out there. I'm not sure if it's Richard Butler or Paul Barrett or who. It's probably going to be Richard Butler, huh? So I'm probably going to be digging with him too next month. It's going to be really cool. So remember these faces, Chad. You're going to see them on this channel, most likely. That's my hope, at least.
Collaboration together with the Natural History Museum of Biology at the University of Birmingham.
As well.
I'm Richard Butler. I'm a professor of paleobiology at the University of Birmingham.
And Richard has been out. Awesome, Jim. Awesome. I wonder if he'll be coming out this year. I think I remember Josh saying he would be out there, but we'll see.
And we're part of this collaboration together with the Natural History Museum and the University from Fez. I think we knew we were going to come here and that there were going to be some dinosaur fossils, but I think what we've seen here is actually, it's been completely mind-blowing. It's been way beyond what we thought we were going to find during this week.
Very cool.
I think we've only really scratched the surface. There are some absolutely incredible fossils that are going to reveal a huge amount of new information about the dinosaurs that lived here 160 million years ago. I hope that we're going to have some incredible scientific discoveries. I hope we're going to find lots more dinosaur material. We're going to understand much more about the types of dinosaurs that lived here, the ecosystems in which they were living. But I think there's also a much broader thing that we want to get out of the work here, which is about capacity building in Morocco. So we're really working genuinely closely in partnership with our local collaborators. And we want to help them to establish the facilities that allow them to develop this site, prepare the fossils, and ultimately house those fossils in a museum here in Morocco.
For us, this is a really, really long, ongoing project, and what we really need to do, and really my aim for this project, is that we actually set up a vertebrate paleontology lab here in Morocco. And, you know, we're coming over here, but what I would like to do, you know, the fossils are absolutely staying in Morocco, and they're not going to be housed in a museum anywhere else in the world. They will remain.
I'm glad that they're saying this. Part of me is a little bit happy that you have people from the UK being like, no, we assure you that these fossils will be remaining in their country of origin. Folks from around the world, from places outside of England, I think often their first instinct is like, oh shoot, here comes the British Museum. They're gonna take all our stuff away. There's that old joke. Why are the pyramids in Egypt? Because they were too heavy to carry to the British Museum. I'm glad that attitudes are changing, and people like Susie Maidman and Richard Butler are pretty good about this. Like they're showing that there's been a real kind of change of heart here, and it's heartening to see.
In Morocco, and you know, we're coming over here, but what I would like to do, you know, the fossils are absolutely staying in Morocco, and they're not going to be housed in a museum anywhere else in the world. They will remain here in Morocco.
Our hope would be that through raising the profile of the fossils here, through helping to build capacity, so through training local collaborators, through setting up facilities, that will help to grow Moroccan paleontology.
So, yeah, Driss here says every country needs to preserve its heritage. The fossils, etc., are not renewable. Limited resources. If we lost them, that's forever. So we need to preserve them. And whoever wants to visit them should come to Morocco. We have our material. And instead of sending it to Paris or London or Miami, it's so funny that Miami is yeah, we all know those world cities, you know? Paris, Milan, Tokyo, London, Miami, Bakersfield, Fresno, Dayton, Toledo, Kansas City, Kansas. And Jim says, scan them. Yeah, I actually really kind of want to contact Susie and Richard. And I actually got an email from Richard today. I wonder if I could ask for files. That would be really cool if I could ask to get 3D files of these. Print one for me and print one for them and hand deliver it to them when they're in Utah next month. That would be really cool. Maybe I should do that because it would be awesome to be able to have these and use them as a teaching tool, to be able to put these on my office wall during streams. That would be incredible, you know? So yeah. And Kerry Woodruff is on the paper. I saw that, Jim. Yeah, I saw him on the author list. My old friend Kerry Woodruff, sauropod expert and dabbler in pachycephalosaurs too. He did do his PhD on them. But yeah. And Starmy here, Americans plundered a lot of our auction houses and dragged priceless art pieces away from Europe to fill your museums. Oh yeah, post-World War II? Absolutely, Starmy, yeah. It still happens today too. Like, American wealthy people will try and buy up parts of, you know, art collections and stuff like that. It's, I don't know. Ultimately, it's the wealthy taking advantage of everybody else. But anywho, let's continue. So instead of sending it to Paris or London or Miami, it stays in Morocco. And whoever wants to see it can come here, Driss says. But scientists should come study it, like we're doing with Susanna and Richard.
So Spicomellus, I think, is going to be one of the strangest dinosaurs that we've ever discovered. It's got unbelievable armor. It has these bizarre spikes fused to the ribs. It has these crazy elongated spines which seem to come out of what might be a collar around the neck. It's utterly unlike any other dinosaur we've ever found. And so I think it's going to be something that will really capture the imagination of people around the world who are interested in dinosaurs. I think it's also actually going to tell us a lot about the early evolution of a major group of dinosaurs, the ankylosaurs, which are these armored, tank-like dinosaurs. And Spicomellus is the oldest representative of that group. So I think this is going to be an incredibly significant discovery. And what we had before was just this single rib. We're now going to be able to start to build up a picture of much of the skeleton.
Awesome. This is so exciting. Holy cow.
It's been a couple of years since we came back from Morocco, having found all the Spicomellus material. We wanted to bring the dinosaur out of Morocco to get it prepared here. That proved incredibly logistically complicated. So in the end, we decided to set up a prep lab in Morocco. And actually, that was always our plan. It just sort of brought forward our plans a bit. So we've completely prepared the specimen now. Kauta and I...
So when she says prepared the specimen, that's our term in the biz for when you chip away the rock from the fossils. So fossil prep, fossil preparation, is where you clean the matrix, the rock, off of the fossil. And you're, you know, gluing together cracks and stuff like that. You're consolidating the material. You're making sure that it can sit on a shelf in a museum collections without crumbling. That's what fossil prep is all about. You remove all the dirt, all the rock crud around it, and you strengthen the fossil itself so it'll stand the test of time as it's studied and reposited. And Jim says it's exciting that they're getting in situ material. Where is the skull? Oh boy. Hopefully they'll be able to go back there and find a skull. Oh, that would be cool.
Are fully fledged preparators. We have a lovely prep lab and we've described a specimen. We found some really
Look
cool
at that.
things about the specimen.
Look at that.
We've got this incredible spiky collar.
Bonkers. Look at this animal. It's like a pincushion. It's like a sea urchin, but it's an ankylosaur. Nuts.
We found some really cool things about the specimen. We've got this incredible spiky collar with meter-long spikes. We've got evidence that the animal has a tail weapon, which is really unusual because we thought that was something that evolved much later in ankylosaur history. And we've also got this sort of shield that sits over the hip region with these...
A sacral shield, huh? Where have I heard that before? That's a common ankylosaur trait. Very, very cool.
enormous long spikes on that as well. And again, this is something that we thought was restricted to a small group of ankylosaurs, but now we know, thanks to Spicomellus, that it was much more broadly distributed and probably evolved very early on in ankylosaur evolutionary history. So we think that Spicomellus was using its armor, perhaps for display, maybe to show off to try to attract a mate.
Very
It's
cool.
been 5 years since we've...
Here, I want to go back. Here, let's see that animation right there.
So we think that Spicomellus was using its armor, perhaps for display, maybe to show off to try to attract a mate.
So they don't have the whole skeleton yet. Maybe there will be a skull at some point, but they haven't excavated it yet. It might not have been there in the first place. Maybe it was scavenged after the animal died. Who knows? But it'll be interesting to look at the paper and then see how much material they actually have. So hopefully there is a skeletal diagram, so we can just see at a glance how many bones we have so far and how much of this is still guesswork, you know?
It's been 5 years since we first discovered that rib in a fossil shop in Cambridge. It feels like it's been a long process, but I'm thrilled that we've got to where we are now, that we have a really nice skeleton, and I'm really looking forward to the future discoveries that we make in these rocks in Morocco.
Very cool. Ms. Art Rule says, I wonder if females didn't have spikes, or just if they had fewer spikes, or not as spiky. I kind of doubt it. Oftentimes, if these spikes did evolve for defense rather than just for display, then you would think that both males and females would have the same predatory pressures on, you know, both sexes. So I wouldn't expect there to be differences between males and females in the length of the spikes or anything. However, if the spikes evolved primarily for display, or for a sexual selection thing like intraspecific competition, the males are fighting with their spikes or something, then maybe you would have differences between the males and females. But we haven't seen this in any other kind of dinosaur so far, and people have looked. So I doubt that we'd find differences between males and females there. But we don't know yet. Yeah. But yeah. But ribs and pathological vert. Interesting, Jim. Yeah. Yeah. And was the commercial specimen rib repatriated? I hope so, Golganek. I presume it probably was. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that the, when this critter was first named, it was named based on, I think, maybe just this rib with the spikes. Bizarre. So the specimen was acquired in 2019 by the NHM in London from a commercial fossil dealer. And that's the one that was published today. Yeah. I hope that it's been repatriated. Maybe they're still in process here. I don't know. But yeah. Jim says just that rib was the original thing, which is awesome that they have more of it now. Jim, you probably know about this, but there is a fossil show in Japan. Where was this? Yeah, here we go. Keeping track of all the Spicomellus specimens being sold, these come from Mineral Fossil Expo in Japan. So there is a specimen right there. It's, yeah. So people had smuggled these out of Morocco and were selling them in Japan. I don't read Japanese. I presume these are actual original fossils and not just like a sculpt that somebody did. But yeah. I guess there's more in Hong Kong, says Jim. Oh boy, shoot. So anyway, more pieces of this critter have been showing up on the black market for years now. This was from May of 2024. Over a year ago. So yeah. Yeah. The case of the spiky rib, says Annette, yeah. That could even be pieces of the same exact animal. Like, not just the same species, but the same individual animal who died and left its bones there. It could be from the same specimen. Who knows? There's several cases of this happening where, like, one fossil skeleton gets picked over by commercial collectors and smuggled out of the country and sold in pieces in various places around the world. It's happened again and again and again. Yeah. But I'm really pleased that the folks from London at the Natural History Museum actually went to the site and did the excavations themselves. And they're working alongside Moroccan colleagues and really trying to promote paleontology in Morocco. Because there are incredible fossils in that country. A couple years back, I got to hang out with a young Moroccan paleontologist who came to Utah to the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference. This is 2023. Omar is his name. Really cool guy. And he is so excited about the cool fossils that they're finding there in Morocco, and he's kind of heartbroken to see these fossils sold on the black market around the world. This is his country's heritage. This is the natural history of Morocco, and it's being sold off to the highest bidder, rather than being something that the people of Morocco can hold there in their country, have in a museum, and protect and share with the world through a museum setting. Instead, these things are being sold off to wealthy buyers around the world, where they really belong in country. They belong in Morocco. They belong, as we often say, it belongs in a museum. It belongs in a museum in Morocco, where school children from that country can come and see their collective natural heritage there in that museum. They can be proud of the cool things that are found in Morocco. It can bring visitors from around the world. It can help out their local economy, be a source of local pride. But that's, in many cases, not what's happening. These things are just being sold off, like some commodity or something, you know? So anyway, yeah. So let's take a look at the press release here. That video is right here. I'm kind of curious to see some of the comments so far. This person says, Spicomellus looks to me like a hybrid porcupinosaur from Jurassic World. Oh boy. Sort of smoothie between a stegosaurus and Ankylosaurus? I don't know what that means. And porcupine? And even Archelosaurus? What an incredible animal it must have been, and very inspiring initiative in Morocco. Yeah. Someone says they've discovered Angirius. That's a creature from the Godzilla series. Yeah. Yeah. It does look kind of like that in a way. Yeah. This was Godzilla's first adversary in the 1955 film Godzilla Raids Again. Anyhow. Yeah. Huh. Cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at the press release there. Here's a link to that video, by the way. In fact, maybe even I want to leave a comment real quick. Let's do it. Yeah. Exceptionally interesting. since Spicomellus was first published back in 2021. It was 2021, right? Thank you, HD and HB, for gifting Ace SB. I appreciate that, HD. Thank you.
HD and HB gifted a tier 1 sub to assess Fundisco. They have given 10 gift subs in the chat.
I've been eager to learn what the rest of the animal looked like. And this is more, this is even more wild than I could have guessed. We're covering this find in the new Nature paper on a paleontology live stream right now. And I'm excited to talk with Susie and Richard all about it next month. When we're in the field together. Anyway, excellent work. This kind of video press release is super important for public outreach. It's awesome to get perspective of the researchers themselves and not just have stuff filtered through other news media. Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. Not to be too self-promoty about this, but if any of you want to click that link and give that comment a thumbs up, it'll it might make sure that it appears at the top of the comments. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. And let's see here. Di Thompson, Texas. I think you should have just written "looks fake," Danny. If you aren't trolling, are you even in the comment section? Diatom's attack. I know you're kidding as a fellow scientist, but I might have some mischief in me, but it's, I don't know. It's not that pronounced. I can tell you that. Yeah. And thank you for the 6 thumbs up there, everybody. Appreciate that. Anywho. Salimator wants to know... Oh, hey Salimator, first of all, how are you doing? Good to see you. Do you have, or can you think you can come up with a clever mnemonic for remembering which pelvic bones are the pubis and the ischium and the ilium? It's something I struggle with more than I care to admit. Interesting. And Diatoms Jack says, my colleagues know me and my humor, they'd expect it. Well, nobody doubts the existence of diatoms Attack, so I think there's some privilege there where you could make jokes like that, but unfortunately on the internet there's so many people who have a vested interest in not believing in things like an old Earth or fossils or dinosaurs, so yeah. I don't think creationists are particularly afraid of or offended by the existence of diatoms, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyway, salamander, I don't actually have a mnemonic for that. There's 3 bones. I've never really had an issue with that. Yeah. I don't know. Ilium's on top. We can try to come up with one. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not very good with mnemonics, to be honest. Like, you know, stalactite versus stalagmite. Yeah. So the traditional mnemonic for this is stalactites cling tight to the ceiling. Stalagmites is you might trip over them. I actually haven't heard the second part. But the way that I didn't actually need a mnemonic for this, so my joke one that I always say is stalagmites might hang from the ceiling, but they don't. So, I don't know if I don't feel like that's particularly helpful. So I don't know if when we're looking at dinosaur hips, like, is the ischium in the front? Nope. But the pubis is in the front. Or something. I don't know, you know? It's funny, when I think ilium, pubis, ischium, I just see this image in my head. I don't have to try to remember it. You know what I would suggest, Salamander, actually, is just draw a diagram. Even just take a screenshot of this and print it. And just tape it to your bathroom mirror or something. So you see it every morning when you're brushing your teeth. When I was teaching myself the NATO phonetic alphabet, that's how I did that. So I just took an image like this, I printed it out, I taped it to my bathroom mirror, and I would just recite this as I was brushing my teeth every morning. And now I know it. Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Kilo, Lima, Mike, November, Oscar, Papa, Quebec, Sierra, Tango, Sierra Romeo, Tango, Uniform, Victor. What's W? Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu. Yeah. Almost got it. Thank you, Salamander, yeah. That's why I couldn't remember it, you know. Too much whiskey. Yeah. He knows the words, but a little iffy on that. Yeah, see, I never really... I'll let you in on a little secret chat. I never actually learned my ABCs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm illiterate, but I'm clever enough to be able to infer the meanings of words by just saying them, you know? But never really, never actually learned how to read. I'm kidding. But, yeah. Abel, Baker, Charlie, for example. Yeah, and they also vary nation to nation. So like in World War II, I think different Allied nations, the Brits and the Americans and the Canadians had different phonetic alphabets. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Oh, and that's interesting, HD. HD says, I learned stalactites have a C for ceiling versus a G for ground. Stalagmites have a G for ground. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. I still like stalagmites might hang from the cave ceiling, but they don't. Yeah. Kennedy says, I did ask some Brits recently if they said ZZ top. I think they might, actually. That's one of those things that I forget about until I see it in the wild. Z and Z. Yeah. And in Greece, it's Zeta? Anywho. Really cool video here. This is awesome stuff. And, yeah, again, thank you to everybody who thumbs up that comment there. We're also getting some more views on this video, which is great. There's 11 now. Beautiful. Yeah. Let's take a look at their written press release here, and then we'll take a look at the actual paper. Hang on. Somebody on Blue Sky just asked me this. Sooner Grunt says, have you seen this? Happen to be covering it right now. There we go. It's interesting, the BBC article, punk rock dinosaur with meter-long spikes discovered. It had been discovered a while ago, but, yeah. Where's that press release? The one straight from the NHM. There we go. Beautiful. Here's a link to that press piece right here. Yeah. Oh, and interesting. Alisamide, as a lurking Brit, we definitely say ZZ. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Bizarre armored dinosaur with a U. It is the NHM after all. Spicomellus after rewrites ankylosaur evolution. Interesting stuff. Holy cow. The world's most unusual dinosaur is even stranger than first realized. It's a great opening sentence there. I love it. Well, the bones of Spicomellus were already unlike any known animal. Newly discovered fossils have revealed that its entire skeleton was covered in extraordinary bone spikes measuring up to 1 meter long. Well, not its entire skeleton. Its sclerotic ossicles are not covered by spikes. Its beetle phalanges are not covered by spikes, but okay. We're being pedantic here. And hey, Alisamide, how are you doing? It's good to see you. An incredible dinosaur from Morocco reveals that the extensive defenses of the ankylosaurs evolved much earlier than first thought. Back in 2019, our paleontologist, Professor Susanna Maidmont, acquired an extraordinary dinosaur rib bone from a fossil dealer in Cambridge in the UK. The bone had protective spines that refused directly to its surface, something which had never been seen before in the animal kingdom. It is bizarre that you have this, you know? Susanna and her team named this astonishing dinosaur Spicomellus affair, and were keen to find out more about it. However, while the fossil was known to come from near the town of Boulemont, Morocco, its exact origins were unknown. To find more of its fascinating fossils, Susanna had to turn detective. So this is all they had of it before. So when this critter was described in 2021, this might have been the only element in the paper. I'm not totally sure. But yeah. And there would have been keratin over these spikes, HD. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. And extensive defenses sound a bit like Dr. Seuss. I like it, says Diedom's Attack. That'd be really cool to see a Dr. Seuss illustration of this dinosaur. Something done in his style. So this eventually led a team of British, American, and Moroccan paleontologists to mount an expedition to the region to search for more of Spicomellus' remains. They came away with much more of the skeleton than they could have hoped for, revealing that the dinosaur's entire body was covered in spikes. No. Much of its body. As well as its spiked ribs, Spicomellus had huge spikes projecting off its hips, a tail weapon, blade-like bones running down its sides, and a bony collar ringed with spikes. So, is this the cervical ring that we know about from other ankylosaurs? Because if so, that makes a lot of sense. The longest spikes are believed to have been more than a meter long, sticking out from either side of its neck. And for any fellow ignorant Americans here in the chat, a meter is exactly this long. Here is a meter stick. It is 100 centimeters. So a meter is just over a yard. So a yard is 36 inches. So a meter is about 39.5 inches. So it's a little longer than 3 feet. So 39.5 inches, or thereabouts. Anybody watching from more civilized parts of the world are going, what do you mean? Of course a meter's that long. What are you talking about? You know? It's like saying that the sky is blue, but of course here in the US, the metric system is used not as extensively as it should. Scientists use it. I'm sure people in other fields use it too, but anyway, this is a meter. It's a yard plus bonus inches, is Dr. Irrepreenable? Yeah, it's a baker's yard. And do you have the supplemental info? Oh, I don't, Jim. If you would want to email that to me, oh man, that would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Diatom says if we just converted the football field to meters, we would only have to fight with people over the use of football. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. I prefer the Carlos for scale system, impractical but fun, says Toilet Gator. The banana for scale system is pretty good too. Yeah. Maybe I should get one of these actually. But you can also 3D print a banana for scale. I think I might have this already downloaded. Let's see. Banana with scale. Here we go. So there we go. There's a banana for scale right there that I could 3D print. I just got to make sure it's it's scaled exactly correctly. But yeah. Anyhow. It's a Reddit thing, right? I don't know. I'm not on Reddit, Oscar Jr., so I've just heard other people say it. Yeah. Yeah. And Mayor Space says a system is just a system. As long as we all know which units are in use, we can convert back and forth, no problem. I guess, but Mayor Space, this would be under your mayoral jurisdiction, right? Being the mayor of space. Metric system shuttle disaster. Yeah.
Remember when NASA lost a spacecraft because it simultaneously used imperial and metric measurements on the same mission? The Mars Climate Orbiter
Maybe it wasn't a shuttle.
15 years ago this month.
No, never mind.
And here's
Yeah.
a very brief recap of exactly what went wrong. The Mars Climate Orbiter launched on December 11th, 1998 on a mission to orbit Mars. This first interplanetary weather satellite was designed to gather data on Mars's climate and also serve as a relay station for the Mars Polar Lander, a mission that launched a few weeks later. But you can't just launch a spacecraft towards Mars and trust that it's going to get where it's going.
Why
You
not?
have to monitor its progress. Many spacecraft have reaction wheels to keep them oriented properly, and navigation teams behind interplanetary spacecraft that constantly monitor the angular momentum and adjust trajectory to make sure it gets exactly where it needs to go. In the case of the Mars Climate Orbiter, monitoring its trajectory and angular momentum involved a few steps. First, data from the spacecraft was transferred to the ground by telemetry. There, it was processed by a software program and stored in an angular momentum desaturation file. That processed data was what scientists used to adjust the trajectory.
Kennedy says, NASA does use both. My daughter's first stint at NASA, she called me, Daddy, they use both here. Why are we using Imperial System at Kennedy Space Center? I don't know. I guess they hadn't learned their lesson yet.
Made by firing the spacecraft's thrusters. Every time the thrusters were fired, the resulting change in velocity was measured twice, once by a software program on the spacecraft and once by a software program on the ground.
Despite and hope.
Here's where the problem comes in. It turned out that the two systems, the processing software on the spacecraft and the software on the ground, were using two different units of measurements.
Oh no!
The software on the spacecraft measured impulse, or the changes by thrusters, in Newton seconds, a commonly accepted metric unit of measurement, while the processing software on the ground
Thank you. The Rubik's Cuber 05 for the follow.
used the imperial pound seconds. And it was unfortunately the ground computer's data that scientists used to update the spacecraft's trajectory. And because 1 pound of force is equal to 4.45 newtons, every adjustment was off by a factor of 4.45.
Oh no!
Spacecraft traveling tens of millions of miles to a destination, a number of seemingly small errors really add up. During the Mars Climate Orbiter's 9-month cruise to Mars, 7 errors were introduced into its trajectory that meant that when it reached the red planet, it was 105 miles closer to the Martian surface than expected. This turned
What is
out
that in
to be
kilometers, though?
unsurvivably low altitude for its Mars encounter. When the spacecraft fired its main engine for the orbit insertion burn that was designed to put it into an elliptical orbit, nothing happened. NASA lost contact quite abruptly with the spacecraft.
Oh boy.
So while we know the root cause of just what went wrong, we'll never know exactly what happened to the Mars Climate Orbiter. The loss of the Mars Climate Orbiter, very sadly, happened in space. Leave your spacey questions and comments below, and don't forget to subscribe.
Anyway, here's a link to this right here. There we go. But yeah, anyway. I don't know how we got on this kick in the first place. This tangent. Let's get back to our press release here for Spicomellus. It's a live broadcast. We have tangents like this. You know how it goes. So, oh yeah, spikes were more than 1 meter long, sticking out from either side of its neck. That's over 39 inches. What makes this all the more astounding is that 165 million years old, Spicomellus is the oldest known ankylosaur. Susanna says that it is absolutely bizarre. These fossils are changing how scientists think these armored dinosaurs evolved. Very cool. Doesn't everything technically happen in space? Just asking, says Diatoms. Well, I guess the Earth is in space, huh? When we originally named Spicomellus, there were doubts it was an ankylosaur at all, recalls Susie. Now, we can not only confirm beyond a doubt that this interpretation was correct, but Africa's only known ankylosaur is far weirder than anyone imagined. To find such elaborate armor in an early ankylosaur changes our understanding of how these dinosaurs evolved. It just shows us how significant Africa's dinosaurs are and how important it is to improve our understanding of them. The University of Birmingham's Professor Richard Butler, who co-led the new Spicomellus paper, adds that the newly described fossils are an incredibly significant discovery. Spicomellus is one of the strangest dinosaurs that we've ever discovered, Richard says. It's utterly unlike any other found anywhere else in the world. I think it's going to really capture the imagination of people around the world and tell us a lot about the early evolution of the tank-like ankylosaurs. The findings of the paper were published in the journal Nature, which unfortunately is paywalled, but we've had multiple colleagues send us PDFs for this paper today, which is really cool. We're going to take a look at it in a minute. So what is so unusual about Spicomellus? The most unusual feature of Spicomellus are the characteristics that gave this dinosaur its name. It's spikes. While these structures aren't that unusual in living or extinct reptiles, they're usually embedded in the skin, as like osteoderms. So when we're talking about dinosaurs like Gastonia right here, each of these different spikes like this are kind of free-floating. So they're not attached to the rest of the skeleton. They're embedded in the skin and in the flesh. So dinosaur-like Gastonia here. Here's a Greg Paul skeletal diagram. All of these armor plates, the osteoderms, the spikes, the plates, the splates, etc. These are all like kind of a scale armor over the surface of the animal. None of these are fused onto the vertebrae, as far as we know. Bonsai Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So what's weird about Spicomellus is that these spikes are fused onto the ribs. It reminds me of a turtle in that regard, you know? Bizarre. So it's completely unlike any animal living or dead and raises real questions about how this animal moved, Susie explains. Normally, bones like the ribs are used for muscle attachment. Because of the spikes, it's hard to tell where the muscles could have gone. Frankly, we have very little idea of how about this dinosaur would have moved at all. That's bonkers, you know? Crazy. Yeah. A Diatom's attack says, that doesn't seem weird to me. If things kept biting me, I'd be like, that does it. I'm putting spikes everywhere. Now what, biters? Well, but normally, with, you know, other ankylosaurs and other armored dinosaurs, the armor is on top. Here, the armor is on the bones and pokes through the skin? Oh, you know? Isolated says maybe it didn't move at all in life. We have the world's first sessile dinosaur. It's just like a barnacle on a rock somewhere. Lenina, thank you for gifting Diatom's Attack. I appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you, thank you.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Diatom's Attack. They have given 442 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, do I appreciate you, Lenina. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. You might like the, Diatom's Attack. We have a creature at the top of the Diatom food chain as an emote now, by the way. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There we go. Mizard Rules has got it. The Diatom's Revenge. Let's look up Diatom in the index here. We'll figure out where that was. Diatom was 175 to 76. Leatherback foraging hotspots, swimming for diatoms. So diatoms, which are photosynthetic plankton, phytoplankton, are in turn fed upon by gelatinous zooplankton, like jellies and salps and things like that. And, those are in turn fed upon by leatherback turtles. Yeah. So anyway, many diatoms gave their lives to feed the jellyfish, which are in turn, and salps too, which are in turn fed upon by Dermichelys. And now we've got Dermichelys emotes. The diatoms can have their revenge. Anyway. Sorry, keep getting distracted here, but there's so many fun things to talk about. Brick Lane has got a question. They say, hi, good sir. You do not have to call me sir. We're all equals here. Just call me Danny, or hey, you. But Brick Lane wants to know, is an ammonite a common prehistoric creature, and roughly how many species are known? During the Mesozoic, and earlier too, ammonites are often incredibly common. So many different species have been named, hundreds, if not thousands, of species of ammonite. Yeah. Crazy diversity in these animals. And, I don't know if Jim is still watching right now, but Paleo Jim here in the chat, he did his PhD on ammonites, is that right? Jim is himself an ammonite expert. And there is an insane diversity of these animals. Even at any one given time, sometimes you have crazy different ammonites all living in the same environment. There we go. Here. So ammonites are a kind of cephalopod. These are all during the Maastrichtian stage of the late Cretaceous here. This is from Prehistoric Planet. So here's a life reconstruction of these creatures. Theoretical biostrat, ammonites, inoceramids, etc. Very cool, Jim. Yeah. I don't know. I like to take a moment to pay homage to the inverts. I know I'm a vertebrate paleontologist. I study creatures with bones like dinosaurs, but I don't want to be a vertebrate chauvinist, you know? We got to talk inverts sometimes. And diatoms also grow on their backs. It's true, diatom stack, yeah. Those diatoms are just feeding the substrate for more diatoms to grow. It's a circle of life. I love that. Yeah. These are all different species of ammonite. They don't all have coiled shells. Baculites. They're so neat. Yeah. Look at this guy. Bonkers. Look at that animal. Just extraordinary. Clippy the fossil, yeah. Looks like you're trying to reconstruct a Mesozoic ecosystem. Would you like some help with that? And there's the adults. How crazy is this animal? Look at that. Look at this. Crazy. Hey, Nerduino, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Life is so weird. Pretty extraordinary. Ammonites were such a successful group of animals. They dominated Mesozoic oceans. They go back to long before the dinosaurs. And then they went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. Nerduino, thank you so much for the 28 months of support. I really appreciate that. How are you doing, Nerduino? It's great to see you. Glad we were able to raid in the other day. I hope all is well. And Angriest Naturalist says, I can't believe seagrasses go back that far. They only go back to the late Cretaceous, as I understand it. So around this time, when you've got all of these ammonites and stuff. Yeah. Where prior to that, there were no seagrasses. So grasses are a kind of angiosperm. These might not even be true seagrasses, actually. But yeah, flowering plants only evolve in the early Cretaceous period, about 125 million years ago, something like that. Maybe 130. Yeah, look at all those ammonites. So cool. Here, let's go back to that with the narration.
To been thriving.
Yep. They go all the way back to what? Like the Devonian? Maybe further? Thousands of species of ammonite. And one of the coolest things about ammonites, they were incredibly successful and very, very widespread. So we as paleontologists can actually use ammonites, this is something that Jim has done, in order to figure out how old the rocks are. I'll show you what I mean. There we are. I think it's in here. Yeah, here we are. So we can look at ammonite biostratigraphy. You find this in the table of contents. But essentially, when we figure out how old certain ammonites are, then we know that the rocks that they're found in are that age. Ammonoidea, so page 61 here. There we go. Nice. So these different kinds of ammonites, they evolve and they thrive and then they go extinct. So we've got time ranges for each of these different species like this. So sometimes if you find one species of ammonite next to another species of ammonite, you can tell exactly how old those rocks are because there's only a certain span of time when both of these creatures are alive at the same time. So this is what we call biostratigraphy. Stratigraphy is the study of rock layers and using that to tell time. Ammonites as an index fossil, as a very common kind of fossil that's well studied and we've got good stratigraphic constraints on it, we can use those to tell how old a particular kind of rock is. It's really, really cool. So here's Jurassic ammonites here. So this species right here, or no, this whole group, Hildoceratoidea, they first evolve back here in the early Jurassic, and they go up through the middle Jurassic, and they go extinct at this point. So if you find one of these guys, you know you're looking at this chunk of time. This is a whole family, or a whole, maybe order of ammonites? No idea. Maybe a superfamily, whatever. But, yeah. Really, really neat. So there are people who've devoted their entire lives to the study of ammonites. And from that, we're able to better interpret the rocks these ammonites are found in, you know? As paleontologists, and as scientists in general, when we're making discoveries and publishing them and sharing them with the world, we're not just doing it because it's cool and interesting, but we're also doing that to help out our colleagues. Each new piece of information that we gather like that, each new paper that we publish, ideally it goes into a bigger understanding of the ancient world, of the history of life on Earth. It's like stacking up brick by brick the pieces of this enormous castle of scientific knowledge. And sometimes bricks have to be removed or altered or whatever, you know? Sometimes it turns out we've made mistakes, or there's things that we've overlooked, things need to be reinterpreted. Science is always changing and evolving, but we're always learning new things. And we're building on the findings of one another all the time. Science is a collaborative discipline. That's the point that I'm trying to make here, is it's not... It's like the myth of the myth of the lone genius, you know? This is how it used to be during, I guess, the early days of science to a certain extent, but nowadays it is not like this. We've gotten to a point in science where we've learned so much, and the perimeter of our knowledge has expanded to the point where everybody adding to it needs to build on the findings of others who came before. That's why you don't see very many first author papers anymore, or like single author papers anymore, at least in paleontology. Maybe other fields of science are different. I guess I wouldn't know. But in paleo, it's very rare nowadays to read a scientific paper with only one author, you know? Normally these are collaborative things. But yeah, like with our new paper here for Spicomellus, this is a multi-author paper. Susie Maidmont and Richard Butler and Driss from Morocco and Carrie Woodruff, my old colleague from Montana, are all authors on this paper. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at that paper, shall we? Mikey Likes, you scared me there. Thanks for the 53 months of support. I appreciate it. A long time, 53 months. Yeah, that's new. Yeah, for some reason that alert wasn't activated. I had to go in there and turn it on. It's been in my collection for a long time, but just would never get triggered. And Jim says, look at the cervical ring. Oh boy. Let's do it. So, let me open up my email here. Let's grab that paper. An original paper. Thank you, Jim. This is great. Download. And beautiful. All right. So this paper is unfortunately not open access.
Access denied. Access denied.
But we got a copy from Jim and one from Filippo and one from Rhacodactylus too, so we'll go ahead and take a look at it. If any of you at home have access to the journal Nature, you can get hold of this pretty easily. If you can sally forth into an academic library or something like that, you'll be able to scoop this up if you're near a university or whatever. But yeah, look at this author list. Susie Maidmont, Driss Elracha. I'm sure I'm butchering that. My apologies. Qatar Et Shareh, Ahmed Usso, Khadija Boumir, Adisalam El Chanchufi, Alison Park, Luke E. Mead, Carrie Woodruff. Carrie's first name is actually David, so D. Carrie Woodruff, but everybody calls him Carrie. Simon Wills, Mike Smith, Paul Barrett, and Richard Butler. Nice. Mayor Spaces. Dang it, paywalls, that journal ain't right, I tell you what. I need to work on my Hank Hill. I do it for more than a few seconds and it just turns into Charles Barkley. Anyhow. Really exciting. Let's take a look at the abstract first. For those of you who are new to the scientific literature, the abstract is just a summary at the beginning of the paper. It's like a movie trailer that also gives away the ending of the movie. There's spoilers in here, but that's fine. That's the point. So, the abstract says, the armored and chylosaurian dinosaurs are best known from the late Cretaceous Northern Hemisphere ecosystems. True. But their early evolution in the early to middle Jurassic is shrouded in mystery due to a poor fossil record. Spicomellus afer was suggested to be the world's oldest ankylosaur and is the first from Africa, but was based only on a single partial rib from the middle Jurassic of Morocco. Really paltry material. Under normal circumstances, I would say, do not publish a dinosaur based on a single rib. This is the one exception where that was a really good idea, to name a new dinosaur based on that rib, because they were able to go back, find more of the skeleton. And that rib was distinctive enough that they know it belongs to the same animal. Here we describe a new, much more complete specimen that confirms the ankylosaurian affinities of Spicomellus and demonstrates that it has uniquely and elaborate dermal armor unlike that of any other vertebrate extinct or extant. So the presence of handle vertebrae in the tail of Spicomellus indicates that it possessed a tail weapon, overturning current understanding of tail club evolution in ankylosaurs. I wonder about that part. We'll see. This ornate armor may have functioned for display as well as defense, and a later reduction to a simpler armor with less extravagant osteoderms in the late Cretaceous taxa might indicate a shift toward primarily defensive function, perhaps in response to increased predation pressures or a switch to combative courtship displays. I don't buy this part necessarily, but whatever. Yeah, the whole, like, sexual selection for ankylosaur armor thing, I don't buy at all, but yeah, so the new partial skeleton comprises a left quadrate, which is a skull bone, very exciting, 2 cervical, 2 dorsal, 4 sacral, and 3 free caudal vertebrae, 2 handle vertebrae. I wonder whether those handle vertebrae actually are like that, or maybe they're pathological, like Jim seemed to imply in the chat. 6 dorsal ribs with spikes fused to their dorsal surfaces. Both scapulocoracoids, those shoulder blades. Ilia and pubes, so the upper and lower pelvic bones, the hips. Right ischium, 2 metatarsals, an elaborate cervical half ring. Oh boy, bearing extremely long spikes. A sacral shield bearing small and large spikes. Numerous plates, large and small spikes of various morphologies, and several compound osteoderms comprising combinations of small and large spikes. So they've got a full anatomical description and figures in SupInfo. Here we provide a brief description of the parts critical for systematic determination and document the bizarre and elaborate dermal armor. Very, very cool. So, lovely figure here. Check out that crazy long spike there. What? That's bonkers. This is the thing, is it if the crew of British and American and Moroccan paleontologists, if they had not dug this thing up themselves out of the ground in Morocco, if this had been something that they purchased from a dealer off the black market or whatever, I'd be like, it might be fake. I don't know. I don't buy it. You know? So I'm really glad they dug this thing up themselves, because it's almost unbelievable, you know? Yeah, it looks like a lie, says RB42. It's incredible, you know? Like, in the true sense of the word, incredible. Yeah. Insane. So there's those caudal vertebrae. They do kind of look pathological, Jim. Yeah. B is that dorsal rib right there. We've got a 3-spiked osteoderm. That's figure C. Right here. So that's one of the armor plates with spikes sticking off of it. 3 different spikes on the same armor plate. Very interesting. Yeah. And then F right there is the cervical half ring. This is insane. So a lot of ankylosaurs have got what we call a cervical ring. So it's a ring of armor plates around the neck. So the cervical ring, you see one of those right here on this nodosaur. This might be Gargoylosaurus? Yeah, Gargoylosaurus. So these guys they've got like several rings of armor plates around their neck to help protect their throat and their neck from attack. And these are a really diagnostic part of these animals. They evolve pretty quickly. If you find a cervical ring of one of these animals, here we go, there's some more. Then you can, like, if you find what you think is a new species and you find the cervical ring, you can tell almost at a glance if this is a new animal or not. They evolve really quickly. Each one of these is unique to the species, pretty much. So yeah, just really, really cool. And this is the wildest one I have seen in my life. This is nutso. It's crazy. It's just, what? What? It's incredibly weird, you know? Just bonkers. Yeah. It does almost look like a crazy seashell, Claire. Yeah, yeah. It reminds me of like something from genus Murex here. Just crazy. Yeah, it reminds me of this. So this is a rock snail here. Just bonkers, you know? Wild. It's a good call there, Claire. Yeah, you're right on the money. There we go. So here's a diagram showing each of these different spikes and where they may have been on the animal. It's interesting that this is like just all by its lonesome right here. I wonder if there's actually more of these. If this animal would have been even spikier in life. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. And Pony Zero says, is it rare for a paleontology paper to get published in Nature? No, I think... if anything, it's probably not as rare as it should be. There's been a lot of garbage in paleo published in Nature and in Science, the two big high-impact journals. I think the standards for paleo papers might be a little bit lower. I'm not disparaging this paper at all. That's not what I'm doing. This is incredibly cool. But when you have things like Raptor Rex being published in the journal Science back in the 2010s, or whatever, 2009 maybe it was, like, how in the world did that thing get through review in the first place? Science and Nature are two journals that they revel in their high-impact reputation. A lot of researchers kind of consider them almost like tabloids. And so anything big and sensational tends to get published in these journals. Sometimes it's deserving, like this. This is incredibly cool. And sometimes they're publishing stuff that's sensational, but not necessarily very good science. Paleontology tends to be very interesting to the general public. Everybody loves dinosaurs, and lots of other fossil critters too. And so it might be a little bit easier to get a paleo paper into Nature than it would be to get a paper from a different field, you know? Say you study fossil snails. The likelihood that you'll get a fossil snail paper into the journal Nature, not particularly high, unless you have some sort of crazy well-preserved specimen or a really exciting new methodology or something like that. But even then, Science and Nature don't seem to be too keen on methodologies. It's more like, here's a cool new animal. Here's a new taxon. Look at it. How cool is it? That's kind of what more of these journals are focused on, rather than like some of the nitty-gritty stuff in science. At least when it comes to paleo. So yeah. Yeah. What percentage of the skeleton has been found? I think we just saw it there. I think mostly this, plus some vertebrae. Yeah, so they don't have a skeletal diagram just yet. Maybe it will come back in a few days, and somebody else online will have produced a skeletal of this critter. A skeletal diagram is, here, let me show you. Let's do... what's a good... let's do Acrocanthosaurus. Or Carnotaurus. So a skeletal diagram is a diagram that shows how much of that animal has been found, and yeah, basically what we have of the skeleton gives a basic kind of silhouette for what the animal would look like. And we're not finding the one that I was hoping we were. Carnotaurus. Let's do Brachiosaurus. Here's a Brachiosaurus skeletal. We looked at this on Monday, right? That's how much of Brachiosaurus has been found. The parts highlighted in white. The gray parts are filled in from related animals, other brachiosaurs. But the white parts are what we actually have of Brachiosaurus. And there's a whole bunch of different specimens that all lent parts to this skeletal diagram here. You know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Anywho, we'll get one of those for Spicomellus eventually, I guess. But yeah. Anywho. Really cool animal. And so this is coming out as basal to Xuanqilong. Not basal to Stegauros. But it is like within Ankylosauria. But basal to the split between Nodosauridae and Ankylosauridae. Interesting. Very interesting. Super cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. So let's look at their conclusions here. The discovery of Spicomellus overturns several long-standing hypotheses about ankylosaur evolution. Recent work has suggested a radiation of Gondwana ankylosaurs with strange tail weapons at the base of Ankylosauria, the Parankylosaurians. These are things like, I think, Kunbarasaurus? Yeah, from Australia. And also things like Stegauros. Yeah, this guy. So it seems that there's a weird group of southern ankylosaurs from the southern continents. South America, Australia. The Parankylosaurians. But we find no evidence for this grouping. Interesting. So Spicomellus comes along and it's shaking things up. Spicomellus is the oldest ankylosaur and comes from the southern hemisphere, but we do not recover it as closely related to other Gondwana taxa. So according to their analysis, it doesn't seem to be related to that guy from Australia or that guy from South America. Purported similarities in the tail weaponry of Antarctopelta and Stegauros should be re-examined in light of these data, and the possession of a handle vertebra in the tail of Spicomellus indicates that adaptations for tail weaponry evolved about 30 million years earlier than previously realized. That's assuming that that handle there, the fused vertebrae in the tail, are actually part of the animal's anatomy and not just like an injury where the tail was injured and the vertebrae fused together during healing. So the ornate, complex, and baroque armor of Spicomellus suggests that early in their history, ankylosaur armor was under strong sexual selection that it evolved initially primarily for display rather than defense. I'm sorry to say, I don't buy this part at all. Sexual selection, as I understand it, requires sexual dimorphism. So if you don't have a strong enough population sample where you've got a bunch of different individuals and you can tell males from females, which we don't have for really any dinosaur, then you can't demonstrate sexual selection. It's just, by definition, you can't do it. So I don't know. I don't buy this part. It's thought-provoking, but I don't think it's a sexual selection sort of thing. So it evolved primarily for display rather than defense, and was perhaps only with the evolution of multi-ton predators alongside larger mammals, crocodilians, and other predators in the Cretaceous that it was exapted for defensive purposes. I don't buy that at all. Man, I really wish. Yeah. Maybe this will be something that I can talk with the authors about when I'm in the field with a couple of them next month out in Utah. So yeah. Jim says, I hate their phylogenetics. Need to start from scratch. Oh boy. Interesting. Yeah. So given that this is a paper in Nature, it's very short. This is what? 11 pages, including the references? Yeah. Interesting. So Jim is like, this is all wrong. Interesting. That's the cool thing, though, is that, Jim, I presume you get along with Susie Maidmont and other people. Just because we have differences of viewpoint in science doesn't mean that we have to be angry with one another, you know? We could be friends and still strongly disagree about some of these scientific mysteries. Ideally, that's the way it should be. We should all be cordial with one another. Because we're all on the same team at the end of the day. We all want to figure out what's going on with these critters. We want to figure out the history of life on Earth. So yeah, they're good guys, says Jim. Yeah, yeah. And I'm excited to hang out with them in the field next month, out in Utah. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says about the sexual selection thing. It's more a, we don't know what this is for, it must be for mating, automatic response, like tossing it into that bin. Yeah. Like in archaeology. Oh, it must be religious or ceremonial purposes. Whatever. That's kind of how I see the sexual selection idea in dinosaur paleontology. And Jim says, look at their phylogeny in the submaterial. Let's do it. Yeah. There we go. Here is the sup info here. Thank you again, Jim, for sending this along. Really appreciate it. If you didn't already have a VIP badge in chat, you would absolutely have that. But you've already got it, Jim. Yeah. The anthropic principle in quantum physics. Interesting, Schottenjäger. Huh. Yeah. And First Anomaly says, how do I know when science is correct or when a theory or proof is false? I don't know anymore when to trust and when not to trust scientific material. If you have the opportunity to talk to a scientist and ask questions, it's a great place to start. That's kind of why I do these streams, you know, is,
and
to
take some of your own advice.
Oculus.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Good advice.
Nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs.
Bad advice.
Give up on life, sir.
Wow. Oculus, thank you for the 27 months of support. I appreciate you. This is a big issue. You know, when we're trying to communicate science to the public as scientists, there's so much misinformation that's out there online. And what I and many of my colleagues try to do is give you an inside peek into how science works and how we do it and what we think as scientists. Here's a nice rule of thumb, something that you can use as like a shortcut, oftentimes. And it's that if somebody claims to have absolute certainty about something, they're not really speaking in a way that most scientists do, you know? Like, I, as a paleontologist, I have absolute certainty about some things. Like, we know that dinosaurs walked around, did their thing, died, left their fossils in the ground. But if I were to tell you, oh, you know, Spicomellus, it absolutely, positively did not use its spikes for defense. It had to have been for sexual selection or something like that. I don't know that. This is an animal that died out 160 million years ago. Like, I don't know that for certain. When we're making inferences about their behavior or aspects of their paleobiology or something like that, usually a scientist will speak with kind of tentative language here, which is what these authors do in this paper. So they don't say for sure this is sexual selection. Yeah. So the complex and baroque armor of Spicomellus suggests that, earlier in their history, ankylosaur armor was under strong sexual selection, and evolved initially primarily for display. So they're saying it suggests. They're not saying it is true. Most scientists are wary of speaking in absolute terms of concrete certainty. We hedge our bets because we're dealing with limited information. We're dealing with the very frontiers of human knowledge. And so we often say, I think, or the evidence suggests that, or the preponderance of data points to this conclusion, rather than saying, yes, it is this way because I declare it so. That's what a religious leader will say, or a politician, or somebody like that. In science, we're driven by the evidence, studying it, questioning it, having doubts about things, and so that kind of tentative attitude is sort of how we speak as scientists. So that's a good place to start. And like Jim says too, fossils are facts. You find a fossil, you know this critter existed. We go from there, you know? But with each level of inference that you stack on top of that, things get hazier and hazier, you know? So yeah. Anyhow, so I hope that makes sense. We could literally talk about this for one stream, two streams. We could do a whole week's worth of streams about the idea of uncertainty in science and how do we evaluate evidence in different scientific fields? How do we gather data? How do we test hypotheses? This is what we do as scientists, and this is, you know, we're going to have disagreements with one another as scientists about the nitty-gritty details. We'll have different points of view. We'll have one thing that I know another person might not know. They know stuff that I don't know. There is an unevenness there, for sure. But at the end of the day, scientists, we should all be on the same team. We're all trying to find out what's real. We're trying to find out, in this case, trying to find out about the evolution of life on our planet Earth through the fossil record. And even if we have disagreements, we're all working toward the same end goal there. If that makes sense. Yeah. And First Anomaly says, I'm afraid I'm limited as a human being. It could be understanding things wrongly. Oh, but everybody's human. Yeah. That's the beautiful thing about science, is that it provides us a way to the extent that it's possible, set aside our human emotions, biases, prejudices, all kinds of stuff like that, things that cloud our perception of reality. As scientists, we're trying to follow the evidence wherever it leads and not fall into traps that other people fall into with other ways of knowing. Whether it's religious stuff, philosophical stuff, stuff like that. In science, we're trying to follow evidence, test ideas. Nobody knows everything, and nobody's going to be right 100% of the time. But science gives us tools to evaluate evidence. We bounce ideas off one another. We try and disprove each other's ideas. We try and disprove our own ideas. And we test things all the time. And if they fall apart, awesome. If you're able to falsify an idea, say I have an idea that ankylosaurs, let's just make something up here real quick, that their armor evolved primarily as a means of camouflage to defend themselves, you know, so they'd blend into their environment or something. You could go and test that idea by looking at animals today that have spiky armor and seeing if that's camouflage. And shoot, it turns out that it's not. You might even try and figure out what are the plants that are growing alongside these animals as they were alive. Did any plants have big spikes and these guys could blend into their environment using the spikes? You examine those fossil plants, you do extensive work trying to reconstruct that paleoflora. Turns out, nope, plants don't have big spikes. These spikes would make these animals stick out like a sore thumb. It's obviously not camouflage. Then I could say, well, shoot, this pet idea that I had, this hypothesis, doesn't hold water. Doesn't make sense. And as a scientist, that's a beautiful thing when you're able to negate an idea like that. There's an old apocryphal story. Find this real quick. Yeah. So, this is an apocryphal story here. I've heard this from multiple people, multiple different scientists. I don't know when it actually happened, but it speaks to a scientific ideal, and that's kind of the point. Think of it as a parable. So, yeah, the story goes, I do remember one formative influence in my undergraduate life, like as an undergrad. There was an elderly professor in my department who had been passionately keen on a particular theory for, a number of years. So this is like a researcher, this is somebody who was really well respected in the field. And one time they came to visit this academic department for a seminar talk. So they're like giving a guest lecture in front of all these other scientists and researchers. And this one researcher had been really excited about this one idea. I think it was that the Golgi apparatus, which is one of the organelles inside of animal cells, maybe plant cells too, I don't know. The Golgi apparatus was an illusion. It wasn't like a real thing, It wasn't a real structure.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
And Joey Clev, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
You caught us right in the middle of the story here, but thank you, Joey Clev, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. All right, I'm telling a story, kind of an apocryphal story about a scientific ideal. The idea of like being wrong and being happy about it. That sounds weird, but I'll explain. So, there's a researcher who... And thank you, Joey Clev, for the 6 months. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lines wave.
To actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
I appreciate that, Joey Clev. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. 6 months. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Hope you had an excellent stream, by the way. For anybody who's new, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're discussing a new kind of dinosaur. Not new, but new paper just came out. We're discussing that. We had a question about, to recap here, to bring you up to speed. Question is, how do we know that things are true in science? The answer is, well, we test them. And in science, we try and test ideas to disprove them. And if we can't, if people go and try and test an idea again and again and again, and they fail to disprove it, maybe that's because it's true. That's how we arrive at truth in science. It's not capital T truth like in philosophy or something like that. Truth in science is like, well, what is supported by the facts right now? We could find more facts that would overturn this tomorrow, but, yeah. So anywho, apocryphal story, there's a well-established, well-known, very well-respected researcher who's visiting a university campus. He's giving a guest lecture. And he has this idea that one of the organelles inside of organism cells isn't really a real thing. That it's like, he thinks the Golgi apparatus, it's not all it's cracked up to be. It's an illusion or whatever. He's very keen on this idea. So one day, an American visiting researcher came and he completely and utterly disproved our old man's hypothesis. This is in a room full of scientists and researchers and students. And this young American researcher is like, hey, this idea, I know you're really excited about it, but it's not true. And here's proof. I'll show you. So this old guy who'd gone much of his life believing this idea, telling it to other people, it's kind of his pet hypothesis. It's just destroyed in front of everybody's eyes. Obliterated. It would be devastating, right? No. The old man strode to the front, took the young guy's hand, vigorously shook his hand. He says, "My dear fellow, I wish to thank you, for I have been wrong these 15 years. And we all clapped our hands raw. That was the scientific ideal of somebody who had a lot invested, a lifetime almost invested in a theory, and he was rejoicing that he had been proven wrong and that scientific truth had been advanced. I find that to be a beautiful story because that's what it should be like in science. Even if we have a particular idea that we're really well invested in, if we've spent a lifetime advocating for this idea, if it's disproven, sure, that might be personally painful, but you got to think about the progress of science. If that idea gets thrown out, that means we've learned something new. We know something that we didn't know before. That's what science is all about. I think that's beautiful. Anyhow. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, with that said, let's take a look at the sub-info for this paper here. Yeah, so here's the paper right here in the journal Nature. Really high-profile scientific journal. New dinosaur, well, not new. It was described back in 2021, Spicomellus, based on a single rib. There we go. Now we're starting to get an idea for what this animal would have looked like. I don't know if the head would have looked like that, but anywho, we don't have a head yet. And we'll take a look at their sup-info here. There's the photo of the left quadrate. This is the only skull bone they have so far. So the quadrate is kind of like the lower corner of the skull. This is where the skull articulates with the jaw. So really important bone, potentially. Possible cranial fragments. We might have more pieces of the skull here, although it's hard to say. There's a neck vertebra. Some other vertebrae there from the back. So, my neck, my back, my sacrum right here, and my anterior caudal vertebrae. As the song goes. And there we go. And here's some ribs right here. With these big spikes sticking out of the ribs. Incredibly weird animal. No other dinosaur that's ever been found has spikes sticking out of its ribs. Incredibly strange. It did have a back, Mayor Space. Yeah. Scapula coracoid. Right ilium, so this is one of the upper hip bones. We've got some metatarsals here, so one of the upper foot bones. And we've got descriptions of all of these bones here. That's what the text is. And here is part of the crew that worked on this critter with a bunch of those bones on the table there. So they were hoping to get just a few scraps, potentially, to help figure out what this animal looked like, and they ended up with a wealth of material here. This is pretty excellent, and I'm sure that's not all of it. I think they only had like a week or so to go do field work, if I remember correctly. So hopefully they'll be going back to get more of it. Exciting stuff. So those are the armor plates in that photo. So here's the phylogeny here. This is what Jim wanted me to look at. So this is a strict consensus tree. And it comes out here as a polytomy next to Chamosaurus and Gobies. What the heck? And a Shishlepelta? Those are like derived ankylosaurids, aren't they? It's like Chamosaurus. Maybe I'm misremembering. Chamosaurus is from the early Cretaceous. Okay, never mind. But still, weird that this critter would come out next to Chamosaurus on the tree. That's bizarre. But here it is next to, yeah, Gobisaurus and Chamosaurus. Pelta. That's strange. Interesting. Interesting. I'm excited to talk with you talk about this in person with you, Jim, if you're still watching. When I see you next month, it'd be neat to talk about this. I'm sure there'll be a talk at SVP. Awesome, Jim. I can't wait. It's going to be good. Anyway, I'm excited to read through the whole paper and a lot of the sub-info, too. Anyway, cool stuff. Very, very cool. And again, big congrats to the team here. I think this dinosaur is going to get a lot of attention. somebody said it's already on the front page of Reddit or something like that. There is a press release from the Natural History Museum in London. There's a BBC article about it. Punk rock dinosaur with meter-long spikes discovered. It's gonna be a big deal, I think. I bet you we already have videos showing up on YouTube about it. Again, this paper was just published today. Yeah. Here's another video from the University of Birmingham.
One of the weirdest dinosaurs that we've ever discovered. Some of these spikes look like nothing else that we've seen in ankylosaurs before.
Ah.
I'm Richard Butler. I'm a professor of paleobiology here at the University of Birmingham. So previously, when Spicomellus was first discovered in...
I like how there's a person walking around the corner right here, and they're like, oh, shoot, never mind, watch.
Professor of paleobiology here at the University of Birmingham. So previously, when Spicomellus was first discovered, it was named from a fragment of rib. We now know for certain that it belongs to a group of dinosaurs called ankylosaurs, the armored dinosaurs, and we know that it's really much weirder than we even would have imagined. We're also really expanding our idea of what dinosaurs look like. Our reconstruction of the animal, they're created by a specialist artist,
Look at that.
paleo artist. We now have much of a skeleton. All of the ribs along the body have these large spikes coming out of them. And
Bonkers.
per rib.
Why?
The neck, it has...
How does this animal walk around? Like, if we had pointy bits sticking out of our ribs and going through our skin, it was like, how does this animal work? You know, it's so strange.
Something that looks like a kind of an armor collar, but it has spikes coming out of it, which are up to 1 meter in length. I mean, they're incredible. So it's completely different from...
So other ankylosaurs, they solve this problem where the armor plates are basically floating in the skin. These guys, the armor plates have to go basically, like those spikes coming off of the ribs, have to go through the skin. I don't understand it. It is more like a turtle, Jim. Yeah, I wonder if this animal would have had basically like a bony carapace over the top of all this, or a keratinous carapace, native keratin. I don't know. It's so weird.
From anything else that we see within ankylosaurs, completely different from any other dinosaur. So, yeah, it's very unusual and very distinctive as a dinosaur.
Yeah, just bonkers. Really weird. Here's a link to that video right there. Wild, you know? Incredibly strange. Someone says it looks AI generated. Unfortunately, we're starting to see that. There is brilliant paleo art of this animal produced by actual human beings, by paleo artists. And then you have trash like this. Ugh. Garbage. Anyway. Yeah. Again, just... Ew! Ugh. Anyway. Nope. Very, very cool find. I mean, holy moly, this is exciting stuff. And huge congrats to the team behind this. I'm excited to talk with Richard Butler and Susie Maidmont. I think they might both be coming out to Utah next month to do some field work, and I'll be working alongside them. They're going to be out for a few days, bringing a bunch of students out there to the dig. And we might get a chance to do an interview like this in the field. Who knows? We'll see. That'd be really cool to do on stream. Yeah, Luplooper says, you meet the coolest people? Oh, yeah. Very lucky. And I'm lucky to be able to share that with you. So I'm really looking forward. Anyway, with that having been said, we've gone for 5.25 hours so far on the stream. I'm only supposed to do 5, so it's about time to wrap this up here. And we're going to go right into Rhacodactylus. Let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. And Yeah, huge thanks to everybody whose names are about to appear in our credits. Here they come. From those new followers right there. We've got a bunch today. To the Raiders for bringing new people in. Thank you very much, Raiders. I appreciate you all. To the subscribers and resubscribers, the people who make these streams possible. To their financial support. There we go. Reiko's still on, right? Hang on, maybe not. Oh yeah, there he is. Good. Thank you to everybody who supports these streams financially. This would not be possible without your support. So thank you, viewers like you. Hey, you're a viewer like you. Thank you for being like you. Thanks you for supporting this channel. Oh boy. And thank you so much to the moderators for all of your hard work, coming in, day out, making this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. That's tremendously important. Couldn't do this without you, mods. Thank you very much. We're gonna go right into Rhacodactylus, who is himself a scientist. He primarily studies why people believe weird things. As a cognitive scientist, he's really interested in like the science of belief. Whether it's conspiracy theories or science denial or urban myths or whatever. How does this information get propagated? Why do people accept it? He's all about that kind of thing. So we'll go right into Reiko there in just a second here. Take care, everybody, and hope to see you again tomorrow for Dino.